and I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You want it, 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 you and me will never make it through if we go on this way. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You want it, 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 you and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. You and me will never make it through if we go on this way. And I can see all that's to do is fix our own mistakes. Through him, 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 you and me, one, you and me, you and
crown seat soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Didn't do recon, but they wanna lead him and guide him straight and tip him off axis. I was in a belly of the beast, meanwhile they was cutting man deep like sickle or mantis. I've been winning off practice, not clout or digital captions. World's in madness, how am I gonna manifest greatness if I don't make actions? I don't need reasons, I just need money and power and stat lift. I don't wanna do it like that, like that. That method's too underhanded. The big man said it ain't landing. Never gonna profit off badness. Never got a dollar off sadness, but I've been sunk so I don't do sanctions. Heavy is the hit, that crown sheet soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Came in this game with a serious killing instinct, man, I never did courses. Look at all the times in the past they rejected him, now they wanna imitate patterns and forces. Stone eye vision like Gorgons. Terrified look in his eye when he finally realized all of the weapons that he brought to the war ain't forming. I've been giving this heart and body and soul and mind and organs, knocked to my fingers bled. Now it's through skeleton keys and door kicks. Treading with means and caution, man, I had bellies to feed from morning. So if they start selling me dreams, I'm walking. Yeah, I was uncomfortable, man, I was scared. Looking for solace and they wasn't there. Now I'm a problem and they wouldn't dare. Yeah. Doubling down cause this game isn't fair. They loaded the dice, I came in prepared. Feeling it so out of body, I feel like I'm floating on. How do you cope when they never gave you hope? Really left you in the cold, and it's weighing heavy on your soul. To be honest, I don't know. Either way, I had to grow. Get it together, whatever the weather, and carry that tribulation to the throne. Heavy is the head, that crown sheet soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Rules are meant to break by the proudest ones. Money on my head, cause I'm lawless. Taking no relate, walking down this road. I don't relate, being the same, ain't no debate. Cause rules are meant to break by the proudest ones.
Welcome everyone to MSI 2023 live from the Copper Box Arena in beautiful London. My name is Shox and I'm joined here at the desk by Azael and a new member again. We keep rotating them in. Ox, and a wonderful applause to welcome you to the desk. Thank you for the warm welcome, everyone. We'll turn around now and you can see us in HD.
Oh, we're here.
Yeah. Welcome to the desk, Ox. I mean, it's great to see you at MSI, and you have so much knowledge of international leagues around the world, but of course, you're specializing a bit more at LCK currently.
Yeah, recently joined the LCK and feeling pretty good with how things have gone so far on the tournament, so, you know, can't complain too much there.
I also appreciate you guys both wearing your blue for Cloud9 today.
Represent.
Sure, I mean, Duff man Stan. Anyways, you talked about the trends already for the LCK, particularly against the LEC. Azael, what are the trends? Tell me.
Trends are, it's looking rough for the underdogs so far. You know, LPL, LCK coming to the tournament as big favorites, and so far, you know, have been dominating LCK, trashing the LEC in back-to-back series, and now we have to find out, can the LCS stand up to the LPL?
You like using that word, don't you? Trashing.
I feel like if there's gonna be a series though where we see that upset,
I think
this could be the one.
Oh, we need some body language experts, maybe on Twitter. Who knows?
I ain't gonna dive into that one, but yeah, I think off all the teams, the LCK and the LPL, I think BLG probably looked the weakest, and Cloud9 have looked really good domestically.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look at what we saw and then what maybe we can expect as we see the two teams that are preparing backstage. We talked already about how the gap is pretty big between the LEC and the LCK. Yeah, I mean, the stats speak for themselves. Unfortunately, I think G2 was, of course, a bit more competitive as they won that one game. Mad really had that one early game, and then T1 came back. So how do you judge the strength of both Gen G and T1 now going forward?
Yeah, I think I was a bit concerned about T1 with how their finals played out, and even earlier series in their playoffs, like against KT. But they look like they've bounced back. They got a better read on the meta, and they look solid. And Gen G is just business as usual.
Yeah, I mean, I think the LCK looking really strong. I think you can hold some hope from G2, though, that they actually started to look much more competitive in the later games. They had two really rough ones at the start, but they won Game 3, and Game 4, I think, was very winnable.
Well, we'll see how that evolves. You have to improve quickly. Now we're up for 2 days of LPL versus LCS. So we need to get the hopium going a little bit with my LCS representative at least. So, you know, warm us up.
9 and 6 is in BO3s and BO5s.
Okay.
So we have been relatively competitive. I'm not going to lie. Clearly, the LPL are the favorites in both of these series, I would say. But the LCS has been able to be competitive when we have gone up against the LPL in BO3s and BO5s. And I do have hope for Cloud9, especially because they have been the most successful international team from the LCS.
Well, let's start building our two teams up today, starting with BLG. BLG, who's been around in the LPL since 2018, but was solidly middle of the pack. And this was, of course, we see some big names on this roster, but quite unexpected that this would be the lineup with which they would get such high highs and make it to MSI.
Yeah, I mean, BLG was an org who brought Uzi back, and the expectation was that would be the roster to show up, but really weren't able to hit the mark. But now with this roster, a mix of some names we've seen before, you know, Bin from last MSI, we saw Yagao at last Worlds, but also players like Shun and Elk who've been standouts who are showing their faces on the international stage for the first time.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they didn't look, I think, as good as I expected in play-in. So people are kind of wondering, you know, is LPL what you showed in the LPL your level? Is what you showed in play-ins your level? So we'll have to see what they're really going to bring. But Elk has been so impressive because I think for international fans, this guy is pretty much a nobody. No one has really heard of him. You know, he's coming from WE and Ultra Prime, but he has been such a standout player for BLG. He has been an incredible team fighter. This guy in the LPL, you know, it's not necessarily about laning dominance. It has been about when it comes to 5v5 teams, he completely can take over a game.
And I feel like that's so vital in this meta, and I'm so glad he's shown up in the international stage because he was so close to making it before. In 2021 with WE, they played 8 best-of-5s across the summer playoffs and the regional qualifier and just didn't make it. They even actually knocked EDG down in the losers bracket, who then went on to win Worlds, so missed out on his chance there. Last year on Ultra Prime, they didn't even make playoffs, but now he is back and he is taking names.
Yeah, it's super impressive to see, and it will be a big matchup to watch versus Cloud9 specifically. And I feel like for BLG, there's a lot of those stories, right? And even though it is an unlikely roster to come together, that is a bit more budget than the ones they've gone for in the past, it's just working out for them. The question is, how far can they go at MSI? Azael, introduce us to this bot lane matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be incredibly important. We saw, you know, already BLG when they went up against Golden Guardians in the play-ins, bot was a massive gap in that series. So we have to see Ken Berserker and Ken Sven stand up better against them. Berserker has been such a standout player since coming to the LCS. You know, came up through the T1 program. You know, was on T1 Challengers most recently before coming to Cloud9. And this guy has been a phenom in the LCS. You know, won MVP, won 2 titles in his 3 splits in the LCS, and has been an incredible, incredible team fighter in his own right.
Yeah, and I think there's been a lot of discussion around some of the AD carries, you know, with Prince as well in the LCS. Like, these guys are at a huge level on the international level, not just domestically. And I think it's so important against a team like BLG, but just in this meta, to have an AD carry who can match up to the competition that the LCK and LPL teams are offering.
Absolutely. This is some of what we've come to expect from the C9 team.
It's the Cloud9 Classic. I mean, it's been forever, all the way back to like Sneaky and Meteos. They're always a team that likes to have fun, that likes to joke around. You know, and M&S coming in is really no different. You know, this guy has bonded so quickly with the team. And, you know, Blabber has been having an incredible run, an incredible career with Cloud9, but it has been 4 titles with 4 different mid laners. And after actually winning the most recent LCS title with M&S tweeted out, "I will be his last mid laner, he will be my last jungler, They're basically saying, you know, we're the ride or die. We're going to be the ones that last. We're going to be the ones that stay together.
And it's great to see because Cloud9 has always been the team that internationally we've come to expect a lot from the LCS, Azale. But it's only as of recent that they've also stacked up those back-to-back titles.
Absolutely. You know, they just won back-to-back titles. The last time Cloud9 did this was when they came into League. 2013 summer, 2014 spring was the last back-to-back titles they won. And then it was a drought until 2020 that they actually won their next title. So just now, really, are they becoming this dominant force in the regional leagues and getting title after title after title.
And I'm so happy as well for MNS because he was bounced around to a lot of rosters in the ERLs and the TCL as well. And it felt like even though he had good individual performances, the cohesion wasn't always there. He didn't find the team that had the right environment for him. He has really delivered on this Cloud9 roster and has been performing so well.
He's also been vocal about how this is just such a perfect fit for him and he wants to be a better person in more ways than one, Azale.
I mean, this is just hilarious. This guy has such a personality. He's trying to eat healthier and he's ordered himself a salad. He's on stream. He starts Googling French fries. He starts Googling fried chicken. He's trying to like mind control himself into enjoying the salad. And it's just so funny. And it's so, I think, indicative of a lot of the personalities on Cloud9. They like to be serious. They like to, you know, focus on the game, so it's time to focus. But they also like to have a lot of fun. They like to meme. They like to really enjoy themselves and have a lot of banter.
Yeah, AmeriCorps. Did you see yesterday I saw a video. I don't know if I was like hallucinating because I couldn't sleep, but I saw something about like they were playing drums on the table and then something with M&Ms and M&S and there were some Muppets and nobody.
I have no idea.
Is that a fever dream? Do you know what I'm talking about? Tweet it at me, @Chalks on Twitter. But anyways, Bin and Fudge are also a matchup that is going to have so much eyes on it in the top lane. And they are featured in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
As North America and China take to the stage, we shift our focus to the top lane. Fudge versus Bin, our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. After going on a tear through play-in stage, Bin was able to overcome Licorice, and now he sets his eyes on the next LCS challenger in line.
There comes the Scion train, but Stickstace tries to sidestep it. The Black Shields is a little bit too little too late. He's trying to burn down on the show, but he shall not get it.
As Cloud9 take to the stage for the first time in the Copper Box Arena, Fudge will look to flex on the international stage. Both of these top laners have taken on carry roles for their respective lineups, but they can both also flex tanks. So we're set for an action-packed battle in the top lane between Fudge and Bin.
Here we go then. What a hype top lane matchup. Bin, who of course joined the team in the summer of 2022, but overall, even before that, he's been building up his pedigree when it comes to not only his domestic performances, but also the international appearances.
Yeah, the only reigning champion who made it back for this MSI. And, you know, as a player, he's talked a lot about how he was inspired by the Shy, and his play style completely matches that. He is sometimes hit or miss. There is sometimes some moments where he oversteps, but his peaks are so high. The only player to have a pentakill in a World Finals, and he is the sort of player who will push the limits of what you can do from the top lane.
Absolutely, and when you're a guy who's known for a champion like Jax, it is high risk, high reward. You have to really push it to the limit to be able to pull off those incredible plays. And you know, talking to so many different top laners who have been, you know, having the privilege of actually going up against Bin, they are rating this guy as one of the best, if not the best laner in the world today. So this is really going to be a colossal challenge, I think, for Fudge.
Yeah, and Fudge, he always brings the heat on Twitter and in lane, specifically versus Bin as well. We love to see it. I think the whole C9 team loves to do that. But aside from that, Azale, you said already Bin is really hyped. There was discussion of best top laner in the world, a story we're following. So how do you think this is going to influence this match?
I mean, I think for Fudge, you know, your job is not necessarily to dominate. It's not necessarily to challenge him to an ego battle. It's to try to neutralize, right? And I think that this is a situation that Fudge has been in before. But Fudge has shown up internationally before. You know, when he made MSI last time, it was this Lee Sin top meta, and people didn't really have a lot of expectations for him. But he came out and he really showed out in a big way. He's an extremely confident player. You know, he's an extremely skilled player. So I think that his job is really just to limit Bin's impact.
Yeah, I think as long as he can negate him taking over, and the thing is, there's a lot of tanks that are popular in the current meta that you can lean on, so it's not a meta where there's like things like Fiora that are super popular. As long as you don't let him take over the game, I think the rest of the team can do the work.
Oh, I don't like what I'm hearing because like we've been in this position, right, with the LEC teams as well, and often it's like, well, would you know, just consolidate. Don't give too many kills. And then like a Fiora comes out and you're just doomed. So I don't know. Not doom and gloom. We're positive today. It's going to be all 5 games. It's going to be hyper competitive. And maybe it'll come out of the mid lane. We introduced MNS already. He's up versus Yugao in this mid lane. Ox, break it down for me.
Yeah, so with Yagao, he plays more of a supportive role for his jungler, not just on this roster for Shun, but also before when he was on JDG with Kanavi. And that's quite contrasting over to MNS, who's a lot more about being the carry himself. So typically Shun's the one who wants to have that assistance from his mid lane to invade. Popular champions for Shun are like the Kindred, the Nidalee, which are champions where you want to challenge in that jungle.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, on Cloud9 on the other side is all about these carry picks for MNS. LeBlanc, I would say, is his signature pick. You saw some of those comfort picks, Jay, Sione, things like that he has brought out. BLG is also a carry style player, but he's going to play more to get MNS ahead in this current roster. He wants to play aggressively through mid lane. They want to look for 2v2s. They're a duo that really has a lot of faith in their own abilities to outplay. They are confident to take these 2v2 skirmishes. They're confident they're going to be able to win out and then try to take over the game, move to the side lanes, move into the enemy jungle, and really limit what your opponents can do.
And honestly, I think this is the angle for Cloud9 because I don't think Yagao's had the best tournament. I don't think he's in the best form, especially compared to Summer last year, where he was really on top. I think if Cloud9 can get the edge in the mid-jungle, you spread that around the map, that advantage, and you can start to give resources to Berserker. I think if they can do that, the opportunity is there to take the series.
Yeah, systematically, it looks like, just like they did in the LCS finals, right? If you can make it happen from that mid lane, the team up with BLG, as we see Jack as well, it could work very well. I want to hear from the both of you. What do you think we mainly have to look out for in this first game, and what could be or should be the difference maker for either team? Do you want to take BLG?
Yeah, I think for BLG, I feel like as long as you're able to have a good early game, right, your bot lane 2v2 should be stronger. Shun, if he has good assistance from mid, should be in a good position. And if you start to get ahead in the early game and you have good setups around those team fights, around those objectives, they should just be able to match them in that regard.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Cloud9's read is, but my read definitely from seeing them regionally is I want to see, can the side lanes hold up? You know, we already saw BLG's bot lane dominant in play-ins. Can Cloud9 really limit their impact? And also on the top side, can Fudge limit Bin? Because I think if those two things can happen, I do believe, you know, as you said, it can be an advantage for Cloud9 in mid-jungle. Yagao has been shaky, has been making mistakes, and if MNS and BLG are on point, that can be a real point of power for Cloud9.
Okay, when we look at the MasterCard fan predictions, it is BLG 47. Oh, I spoiled it.
Let's go!
And C9.
Not an ahead.
53%.
We take that. That's the first win.
Yeah, let's see.
1-0 for LCS.
What's the track record? First day it was G2. That didn't work out. Then it was T1.
But yesterday, they got 100% of the predictions right yesterday.
Yeah, and
we're looking to string some wins together.
It's pretty close. It's pretty close, though, I feel like.
The audience is 63% accurate.
That's good. I'll take that.
Those. If you don't agree, by the way, you can head over to Twitter every day at MasterCard Nexus and vote for the team that you think is going to win. But we're very close to it now. And Azael, maybe I just want to channel for a few more seconds your excitement about this, because I feel like that's in the air when I've talked to all the LCS representatives here.
Absolutely. I mean, Cloud9 is the team that has done it for the LCS internationally so many times. This is a team that has been so dominant regionally. We have a lot of faith in this roster, a lot of excitement that they can get it done.
All right, let's see if it happens. That is all from us here at the desk. It's time for a showdown between Cloud9 from the LCS and BLG from the
Let's
LCS.
go!
Let's go!
Champions!
我在小时候看过 LPL 在世界赛上的表现，我觉得以前的赛之后，我就对上单产生了很浓厚的兴趣吧，所以在那个时候之后，我就觉得我要作为一个进攻型的上单，代表 LPL。
In general, playing against LPL, they just fight you all the time. And I think it just keeps you on your toes, and it's way more fun when there's just a lot of fighting.
In 2021, I flashed for Scuttle Crab. You know, we didn't make out of group stage.
Flashes to smite a Scuttle Crab, but BLG, be careful. Where is your team?
Dead?
He's at 200 HP.
Hoping I can have a redemption story.
首先，我想知道他在知道他要对阵我的时候，我觉得他的心情肯定是非常糟糕的。但是我知道我要对阵他的时候，其实完全没有任何波澜，所以我觉得他首先在心理上他就会非常畏惧我吧。
I think I took the opportunity to play at Worlds for granted in 2022. I performed really poorly and realized that international tournaments are basically the most important part of my career.
完全不够，我之后还是要拿更多的冠军，然后用我自己的打法去向全世界的人展现什么叫很有魅力的打法。
If we beat them, we are the kings of the world for a day, at least.
Players and fans around the world, please welcome to the MSI stage, Cloud9 and Billy Gaming.
This is my destiny, this is my moment. I am the one, I am the chosen. I am the one, I am the chosen. I am the one, I am the chosen. Yeah, this is my destiny, this is my moment. I am the one, I am the chosen. I am the one, I am the chosen. Heavy is the head, that crown she's soon. Feel it weighing down on my shoulders. Shoes on meant to break, but the crowd is full. Money on my head, cause I'm lawless. Taking on me late, walking down this road. I relate, getting the same, ain't no debate. Cause shoes on meant to break, but the crowd is full. Get it.
Welcome to the caster desk for MSI 2023 in this incredible series between BLG and Cloud9. I'm Dracos, joined by Kobe and Vedius. Could not ask for a better couple of color.
You ready, Kobe? You ready?
I'm ready.
Let's go. We're gonna have a banger. We've had the luxury of casting together in so many fantastic series, and I'm hoping for another one. Cloud9, their debut here at MSI. What are you expecting, Kobe? What should we be looking out for?
Honestly, Cloud9 have really prided themselves on their versatility. Talking to the players, talking to the staff afterwards, they love the flexibility that all these players have, and they've invested really deeply in having multiple strategies. So I'm very curious to see how the course of their pick ban changes over a full best of 5 here on the main stage. And one of the things I'm actually most worried about for Cloud9 is that BLG got to play in the play-ins, and I consider as long as you get through play-ins, that is often a big benefit, getting the stage time, getting the reps up here already. So very excited to see Cloud9 finally take to the stage.
The practice, the experience in the meta, of course, very important. We'll have to see how C9 come out onto the stage. Mad Lions came out swinging yesterday in game 1 for a brief moment. Cloud9, can they hit the ground with the same momentum? Do they have some spicy strategies cooked up? We'll have to see for now. Annie, Nautilus, Ahri banned away. Just conventional power picks, opposite side, the Nidalee as well as the Cassante.
Vi and Aphelios are the two champions that spring to mind for me. When we think of big power picks, what will C9's priority be? Do they want to give Elk that champion? Well, the Xayah first pick for Cloud9 heavily suggests that they are thinking about the Rakan. This does leave both the Vi and the Aphelios up for BLG though.
And interesting that they opted to ban the Ahri half of the Vi-Ahri combo, which I think has been the most stock standard, safe, powerful mid-jungle duo. Not worried about giving that up since they have the Xayah now, that positive interaction. BLG, do they even take it seeing the Xayah on the opposite side? Because you're kind of in a damned if you do, damned if you don't sort of situation when it comes to that Vi pick.
Yeah, slamming down the Xayah, the best kind of counter-initiation AD carry there is if there's going to be dive on the side of BLG. But they leave up something that has been continuously banned against BLG. Since the first game of MSI, Elk got his hands on that Lucian, and they already grabbed the Nami, so you have to expect the Lucian will follow as their third pick here. They want to grab that Vi regardless, get the engage for themselves.
Maokai taken off the board. I wonder what direction they'll go for the jungle. Viego could be something that could look to try and match the Vi, assuming that Blabber wants something that could skirmish in the early game. We did see the Lee Sin come out from Elyoya yesterday, but the Rakan obviously makes a lot of sense.
That's an excellent match. Yeah, the Rakan going to be a perfect pairing, of course, alongside the Xayah, and I think the Gauntlet already being thrown down in the bottom lane. The Xayah Rakan versus what we assume will be the Lucian. Nami, very explosive champions on the bottom side, and I mean, Berserker and Sven, an excellent chance to prove yourself in the first game going up against Elk's one of his signature picks.
And I actually really like this because you already know, like we said, when you have the Nami, you expect Lucian to come through, and BLG in their first 3 picks, they're showing hard engage and short range. Perfect things for a Kennen to actually try and counter here with the big AoE of the ultimate. So there's a big possibility here. Plus, I'll just throw this out there, Cloud9 Tech, MNS has been spamming Kennen top in solo queue and played it in some Champions Queue games, so there is a slight chance of flexibility here. He could take it.
And I will say, having seen the Orianna flex top, I'm a little bit more excited about the potential for a mid laner to go top lane with Kennen, but we'll have to find out for now. Targeted ban at MNS there, the LeBlanc coming through, a champion that he was obviously prolific on in the LCS.
I really think BLG needs to think about a Poppy ban. We've already seen it be very proficient here at the tournament, and I think that it's something that into this composition from BLG could work very effectively in favor of Cloud9. It can also have the flexibility if this Kennen can go into multiple places. Maybe if they do choose to put it mid, a Poppy top, Poppy jungle, but like there's so many options I think that BLG do need to take into consideration.
I 100% agree with that, especially because Cloud9, they already have support locked and theoretically top lane locked without having a very big front line for themselves. So looking for some beef from Blabber possibly, and they're going to ban out some beef themselves, taking away the Scion. It's funny, the world that we've come to where Bin is now drawing tank bans. Bin, the predominant carry top lane player.
Look.
Started spamming in solo queue, the tank's top lane, and now he's drawing bans on them.
Losses to 369 hit different. Change of man's whole play style. Yeah. We'll have to see what he busts out. The Yasuo also coming in is interesting. Feels like BLG, of course, the one game we did see them lost was due to a very powerful Gragas Yasuo combo, the ability to just delete Elk out of fights. So curious to see that one come out so early in the draft, but I guess just don't want to deal with that kind of flexibility and threat that the champion has.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Cassante ban hit from Cloud9. Oh, of course, the Cassante already taken away off the board, so the Galio instead going to be removed for Yagao. I guess they were worried about a potential Camille Galio. We know that things like Aurelia, Camille can be very good on that top side of the map if they want to play a skill matchup in favor of Bin, which wouldn't surprise us.
Yeah, and even the Galio combined with what is already showing with the Vi and the big hard engage that's going to come through, trying to deny some synergies there. Bin has been playing a lot of Gnar, played a lot of Gnar throughout the season, so no stranger to this champion.
Yeah, second most played champion alongside the Jax at 15 picks.
Oh, the Nocturne Kennen combo.
The classic, turn off the vision so that your Kennen can get an easier flank here with the Nocturne. Let's see if they actually lock it in for Blabber. He has sporadically dropped Nocturne games throughout the previous couple of years.
Something we've seen one time this year thus far. C9 really debating here. MNS always more comfortable on a lot of these melee champions. With an R on the opposite side, makes a lot of sense to see the Sylas now coming through. A lot of guaranteed team fight power every time Sylas takes that Gnar ult away.
Okay, so Cloud9 going for a lot of early skirmishing power, a very powerful early game that they can play through bot side of the map. They can even look to play through mids.
And it has to be an AD jungler, because you're showing double AP solo lanes right now, so...
I think the Nocturne makes the most sense. I think that it can do very well against the Vi as well. The Spell Shield being a very effective tool. And I have so many fun Nocturne facts for you if you want them.
So do I, because I spam jungle Nocturne. We've got mid Nocturne and jungle Nocturne covered here.
I'm concerned for the audience.
So how do BLG round things out? A lot of the conventional picks. Of course, Talia does make a lot of sense for Yagao. He is very well known for this wave clear roam style.
Yeah.
I think also when you have many dashes, things like the Sylas E, Nocturne ultimate, even going through the W from the Talia can be very obnoxious to have to get through.
Yeah, and trying to combat some of the global travel that you have with the Nocturne. Having Talia be able to make some roam plays with the wall, cut people off, create a wall for Gnar to knock people into with the Gnar ultimate as well. Yagao's going to try and create some synergy there for Bin.
I mean, when we look at this matchup, bot lane is likely what we'll keep our eyes on. Lucian Nami versus Zaya Rakan. A very skirmish-heavy 2v2 bot lane that a single kill can very quickly swing that bot lane matchup in favor of either side. Don't be surprised to see junglers pathing down there to try and get them ahead. And it's Elk versus Berserker. Elk has been a mainstay here at the play-ins and has had a phenomenal performance of Berserker, looking to leave an impact on the international stage.
Elk has been the insurance option for so many late games, but now looking to be the early game powerhouse here, or mid-game powerhouse. So much attention needs to be paid to that bottom side of the map. We'll see who can get an edge early on. Two very different approaches in the Game 1 draft. See who will come out on top, getting closer and closer to the start of Game 1. But pressure on both sides. Again, BLG already getting that practice, already getting that experience. Cloud9, this is their first taste of international competition, and it is straight into the best of fives. Time to find out. Game 1, Cloud9 versus BLG.
Yeah, this is M&S first international best of 5 of his career. See how it plays out on stage.
Crazy to think that we in Europe were talking about M&S as an ERL player, a potential up-and-comer, and to see him find so much success in North America, now representing them on the international stage, a huge accomplishment for the young player. Let's see how he starts off with against a bit of an international veteran in Yagao.
And we've seen how thankful M&S is to Cloud9 for giving him this chance. In a lot of ways, he felt like it was going to be his last chance at a professional team.
And you so often see players slip through the cracks, players that could have been or maybe should have been great, but M&S getting that shot, taking that opportunity, really making the most out of it, and see if we can continue that trajectory here on the international stage. And the audience alive today. Cloud9 chains, BLG chains back and forth so consistently.
The fan support is strong today. Nothing too crazy happening here at the level 1.
And this is going to be an interesting game because I feel like we talked about bot lane being potentially very explosive. Curious to see how Elk and On play this, if Berserker and Sven want to get aggressive. But also we have two compositions that really like level 6. So might be a bit of a slower early game. See what the angle is. M&S, knowing the ward is taken away, is he going to do anything else?
Okay, so Shun here doing a good job giving the experience on the ward and the kill on the ward over to Bin for the Gnar. Be able to get a little bit of extra help up there versus Kennen. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Sven also started with a sweeper. There you go, instantly get it.
Trying to take control of the bush here for now. On just firing back. Zombie ward for a bit of extra vision. See what Sven can do as more levels start to come in. That level 1 from Nami, very frustrating.
I also always want to point out these wards from mid laners on Raptors. As a jungler, that one is so annoying to deal with and is so frequent. So Yagao is able to get that ward onto the Raptors of Cloud9, of Blabber. We'll see him when he inevitably goes over towards there. Nocturne, of course, you mentioned both junglers wanting towards that level 6, so should just be a normal power clear for Blabber's side.
Sven finding a nice knock up onto Elk here, only level 1. The kill pressure not incredible. The Clean's already coming out though. They're trying to get a few more summoner spells. Berserker taking a lot of damage back in exchange is On. Just throwing down damage. The Nami really making sure that that trade works out in favor of BLG.
Okay, so Ghost and Ignite used from Cloud9 on the chase, but they realize with the healing there from Nami and can't keep up the chase, and it just ends at the double summoner spells. Blabber here.
Blabber.
What we spotted though on the wards.
Ooh, just the edge of vision there.
And that wave was very awkward for C9, them fighting in that.
He's gonna get caught coming back up.
Missing McHugh is big here. Spell Shield's gonna bounce out a little bit the fear. Will it work out in the end? Denting blows do a lot of damage on both sides. Are just gonna walk away. Shun now control of the river, but there's nothing for him here for him to take. So, unsurprisingly, taking advantage of that level 2.
The big difference is that since Shun started on top side, top quadrant towards his red, now he's much closer to his camps too. So Blabber is now forced to be really far away from his bottom, from his top side to be able to cover this bottom possible play with the big wave crashing here from BLG.
Elk just getting so aggressive, but he's right on the edge of tower range. It might be enough. Elk now backing away. A blinking health bar, but able to just play on the edge there.
Yeah, they can't go for it fully for Cloud9 because Blabber had already backed off from that tri-brush.
A bit awkward here. Shun already set up to take the crab in his entire bottom side. As you highlighted, Blabber going to be a bit behind in terms of jungle tempo, but at least he's able to protect his bot lane.
We didn't get to see it, but M&S was doing a great job in mid lane as well, just primarily sacrificing his HP bar to keep that wave as shoved in as possible to make it harder for Yagao to look for the roam. He's now going to go back to base, but you can see how Yagao, with no mana, had no opportunity really to look for an opportunity to involve himself in the bot trade. M&S choosing to go for the electrocute to have a little bit more trading power in the straight-up 1v1.
trying to keep that pressure in the mid lane. Such an aggressive player, we know from his domestic performance. Part of the reason that Cloud9 prioritized bringing him in onto the lineup. See how long he can hold that advantage. Slowly only going to get scarier and scarier as the game goes on. But Elk, determined to at least threaten to cancel some recalls here, making sure he has perfect info so he can just force this wave in.
And one of the things here that's also positive about the Xayah Rakan, if they split up their recalls and have one recalling a bit further from the other one, if Elk only interrupts the closest person, then he could just jump on the other one for the recall there. But they do get the interrupt initially, as they were both right together.
Oh, hang on, Fudge. You may have overcommitted here. Good trade back from Bin. Looks like he doesn't want to take any more. Going to get the Mega Gnar soon. The level up as well. But it looks like for the time being, just a slightly unfavorable trade for Fudge.
Yeah, Fudge had held on to his potion for quite a long time too. Pops it now.
What he can to hold on in that lane, of course, is Doran's healing versus Doran's shield healing versus Doran's blade healing. So we'll see as the lane extends. But I imagine at some point we'll see a recall. Fudge now going to retreat most likely. And just use the TP to come back to top lane as trading the mid lane doesn't really exist on Yagao's terms. He just kind of wants to shove here. He's not interested in fist fighting a Sylas.
Yagao though, now hitting level 6. So looking already for a bit of a roam, getting a bit of information in the bot side river. But of course, with that wave pushed underneath the tower, BLG will be forced to catch, and this gives a window for Sven to move out on the map. First streak is, of course, up and available. And, as both junglers return, we'll see if they can get involved anyway for any early plays.
Yeah, nice little cascade of pressure there for Cloud9. Even though Yagao got his level 6 early, the bottom lane being able to push out and roam up through the river now allows MNS to have an opening for a roam for himself on the Sylas. He gets level 6, he pushes back because Sven went up there.
Just continuing to trade aggressively on the bottom side. Cloud9, 4 members in this bottom quadrant, but Shun in the area to try to stop any plays from going down. MNS now returning to lane. I wonder if we see a bit of a battle between the junglers. Shun with a XP and level advantage.
Yeah, getting chunked down. So even though he got the push on the minion wave.
Knockup coming in from Sven. Elk with a sidestep. Ignite now ticking. Sven going to go back. Shun on the way down. Elk burning. Are they going to be able to follow this one up? Now coming out. The heal. Follow up. Elk will get burned down. First blood. Elk on the edge. Berserker going to flash in and make it a 1-for-1 trade back. But in the end, the trade going in favor of BLG.
Ooh, BLG winning out in that one. Cloud9's bottom lane bloodthirsty wanted to chase, even though Shun was the first one down the river, so they pay a heavy price for it.
I really think that was a bit of an overforce there from Cloud9. They got such a good initial trade. Getting the flash out from Elk should have been enough, but we all saw the kill potential there. We all saw that opportunity, and Berserker and Sven believed that they could get that kill. They end up falling just short as BLG secure themselves too.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9 had a good situation mid lane too. They had mid lane pressure coming to them, but a big overchase with a little bit too bloodthirsty on the bottom side might cost them a lot. Blabber here does have a ward inside the pit, but
Cloud9 continuing to step forward. Blabber, level 5, Elk, Shun in the pit, going in, but not quite able to take it away. Blabber goes for the attempt of the fear, now coming in, the tidal wave stolen on the backside, means MNS grabs 1 kill. Yagao into the waiting arms of Berserker and Sven. They're both trying to retreat rapidly. MNS is just looking to finish up as many kills as he can. The Sylas is too damn strong in these early skirmishes. The abscond, the abduct, Yagao body blocking Elk. Now on the retreat, Cloud9 looking for a bit of revenge on the bottom side. Not quite able to finish Elk, but a fantastic trade.
Yeah, they get plus an extra kill right here, but they do lose out on the Dragon first. Good attempt from Blabber. Flashes in, throws the Q first, flashes in as it's about to hit, but a little bit too light on the damage. Shun is able to get it. 36, I think I saw on the Dragon health. Cloud9, though, they get right back up onto it. Some kills for Blabber, as well as MNS and Berserker.
You can see C9 not afraid to go toe-to-toe, and I think that BLG, it wasn't an easy Dragon to secure. These early skirmishes, this is really where things like Xayah Rakan find a lot of strength and success. The flash over the Q, the damage not quite enough there from Cloud9, but
there's the Nocturne. Oh, now Nami's gonna be in trouble as well. On's got nowhere to go. They're turning that one off on the bottom side. Berserker grabbing another kill.
A big dive for Cloud9. They take advantage of the level 6, and they get themselves 2 quick kills.
Meanwhile, we have Vi on the Rift Herald here, so really good use of the level 6 from Blabber, rushing on the bottom side, taking advantage. He's got a bounty on his head now. Bottom lanes gets the push in, shove out, and get their reset. It will be Constellation Rift Herald there for BLG, though, because Shun went topside.
see what BLG can do with that Rift Shell, because it's so important that they're able to build some of the leads. Top lane starting to get a little bit more ahead in their favor, but with Lucian a bit behind the clock and Nocturne ahead, very well could just be a death sentence in the fights to come, especially when you've got a Vi ult that can be stolen away, a Gnar ult that can be stolen away. This game is only getting more difficult for Elk as more fights look ahead.
And Cloud9, from the very beginning of this game, they want to put as much pressure on that bottom lane, on that Lucian Nami that they knowingly let through as possible. And they're going to get a lot of value out of the duration of this flash timer being down on Elk. Still a quarter of the time left on that one.
The longer this game goes as well, I just really like what C9's comp brings to the table. They have so much dive threat, and M&S, I think, has so many options with the ultimate as well, whether it be using the Vi ultimate to access the backline more alongside the Nocturne, whether it be the Gnar ultimate if you want just more crowd control in the teamfights. We saw him use the Nami ultimate in the last skirmish to great effect. I think that Cloud9's composition, you talked about it as well, when you look at range, while Talia does have a lot of poke, Kennen sees this Lucian Nami and he sees a prime opportunity. So Cloud9 have put themselves in a great position in this early game. And right now, the focus will be on lanes, waiting for the next dragon spawning in about 2 minutes' time.
The true party starts, Vedius, when we get to see Nocturne ult combined with those solo laners, with those Kennen flanks, with the M&S flanks on the Sylas as well. And he's stolen away the Vi ultimate now. That is a little preview of what we'll see as far as the double initiation.
Ooh, Stridebreaker now coming through as well for Blabber. Pretty dang early in the game. Definitely going to be nice to have in the coming fights and the coming ultimate usages. Interestingly, because he obviously went for the free boots here, isn't able to early itemize Lucidity boots, as we've seen when Nocturne has been meta in the past, just to get that ult cooldown as low as possible. So he's going to have to wait, but luckily has it up now.
And I think, too, Blabber, while we have had so much focus on bottom side right now, mid lane is primed for striking with a Nocturne ultimate. Yagao now the one who actually has to worry about his flash being down and being at a disadvantage to M&S. So Sylas, if you show Shun next to the mid lane, that Vi ultimate plus Nocturne ultimate is going.
Here we go. Bin caught out. There's got to be no way out of this one. He's going mega. He's waiting. M&S can just try to take that ultimate away. Bin now going to flash out to safety. Fudge waiting over the wall. BLG collapsing, looking to protect, but Fudge wants a little bit of blood here. Leaping in now. The abscond. The abduct won't connect. Bin able to walk away.
C9 were a little hesitant to commit to that play because On was missing on the map. If they had overforced, tried to dive, there was a real risk that they put themselves on a numbers disadvantage. Fudge did commit the flash, thinking that he might have enough damage, but unfortunately for Cloud9, it was not quite enough. Still though, big opportunity here on the bot side of the map. They need to push this wave in as quickly as possible. They've got information now as to where On is, so they're going to move away from the dive for now. But the dragon spawn, 35 seconds.
They're going to trade 1-for-1 in sums, but Blabber giving up that Nocturne ultimate is big. Elk able to catch this wave. Keeping an eye, seeing what the setup is going to be around the Drake. 30 seconds so that objective is revealed. M&S going top lane to catch this wave. So I'm looking for a bit of revenge here.
Vi ult into Talia W is what they're looking for on this dive for BLG.
Q getting charged up over the wall. Elk finding Sven isolated on the bottom side. He's going to dash over the wall. The Coling not quite going to finish him. Elk not going to push any further here. On the top side, the dive not going to come through. Instead, just the Gromp picked up by Shun.
BLG, no, they could go for the dive right now because there's no Nocturne ultimate. Nocturne ultimate being used offensively. And so they have Shun waiting around, but Fudge backs off. Well done.
They'd have the heads up to walk away from that situation, but the gold dead even until this Herald crashes. It's going to be a lot more gold into the pockets of the mid-jungle duo on the side of BLG. Might be traded for the Dragon here, though. Cloud9 certainly able to start that one first, and it looks like BLG uninterested in contesting, just happy to have tower first blood here on the top side of the map.
A nice trade, I think, overall from BLG. They're really putting on the pressure onto M&S, and he's not going to be able to stop this second Rift Tower charge. I don't think they'll be able to secure another tower. They need to be careful about overstaying a little bit. Kennen ultimate is off cooldown relatively soon, but they're actually going to commit to this tower. They know how many are committed, but here's M&S.
M&S here. The Vial cooldown up and available again. Now just going to look to burn down the Kennen. Can they flick him back? They can't, but they can't get the Unraveled Earth down. They desync. The combo doesn't come through, and now Yagao sacrifice Shun. Able to walk away, but Cloud9 just playing it better.
And he's not out yet. Blabber's looking to catch him.
Trying to get vision, just needs vision, just can't see him, just sees the end, but can't click him fast enough. Now, the ulti fades away, Shun escapes. M&S just desperately wants to get in. The abscond, the abduct, how long on the Vault Breaker? Can he walk away? The great escape will not come through. Dunked down, M&S using the minions to walk away.
Bin looking for him though.
Bin leaping over the wall, can't just gnar him right back, but just getting a clean and easy shutdown onto the Cloud9 mid laner.
Vedius, I know you've been there too in Nocturne. Pop the ult just as your opponent goes out of your vision, so you can't click on them, can't quite get it. And in the end, that's an extended chase. Sven coming back down to bottom side though.
Cannon base damage is huge right now. Elk just barely able to dash away from the quickness there.
Wow, okay, so I do think that it was a big overcommitment from BLG in the top side. The fact that they sent 2 members to try and commit to that tier 2 tower when M&S and Fudge were both missing on the map, I think was a big blunder. The fact that they were able to buy so much time, though, was a big advantage for them because Elk was able to secure 2 plates in bot, but Berserker did the same thing as he secured 2 plates himself in mid.
Honestly, I feel like the story of this game has been over chases from both sides. Because then right after Cloud9, going a little bit extra deep there. M&S flashing to try and get vision of the Vi, then tower diving, going for the 1-for-1. But bottom lane, the next opportunity here, Yagao comes down.
Just hovering around, will be now clearing out the vision as BLG take control of the bottom side of the map. You can see top side versus bot side here in terms of gold, but it's all still very, very close in terms of effective itemization.
I mean, a lot of it is because Fudge has been kind of dragged around the map, hasn't been given the freedom to get as much farm, whereas Bin has been soaking up multiple waves. He caught a bunch of waves in mid, he moves back to top, secures another bunch of waves. So in terms of experience, he's like to be a little bit ahead as well. But overall, still a very even game. And as we talked about the compositions, you have to be a little bit worried as BLG as you get closer and closer to things like the next Dragon and the next Herald fight. Because you look at this combination of ultimates from C9, and it looks so terrifying to play against. The advantage BLG have is right now, they do still have all of their summoners on Elk, and as long as he's alive, he still has a lot of damage and threat in the fights.
Yeah, and one of my favorite combos that BLG have, and haven't utilized quite yet, that we are looking for possibly on the tower dive, is the Vi plus Taliyah combo. That can be super deadly in smaller amounts, smaller skirmishes. But Cloud9, you're going to bully down on this Rift Herald. BLG have made the choice. You can see on the mini-map, they kept Yagao on the bottom side. Say, fine, you can have Rift Herald number 2. We'll take bottom tower for that trade.
Happy to have that. More passive map control going in their favor in Cloud9 with so many members grouped around the mid lane. Maybe just going to fish for a play. Gold, again, still very close. A lot more standing gold available for Cloud9 if they can start to break through some of those towers, even if the plate's now fading away. Sven going to be in trouble. Instantly knocked down. They deny the dash over the wall. Elk grabbing a kill. Quick punish from the side of BLG.
Big misstep there. Is this another one from Cloud9?
M&S now trying to make no safety. He has stolen the ultimate. He's going to punt 2 back into the wall, but he just doesn't have the damage to finish him off. Yagao grabbing 1, and instantly there's just blood everywhere. Blabber now on a killing spree, but Cloud9 need to get out. All of BLG descending into the mid lane. A quick ulti back from Berserker. On the retreat, has to wait, has to time the feathers perfectly, but Fudge over the wall. Fudge, maybe he can be the difference maker instead. Everyone just looking to get out, but Bin keeps going! Kenanalco coming in, Bin going mega, finding 1, he uses a Gnar of his own, and just like that, BLG come alive in game 1.
Oh, Giga Bin don't miss, right over the wall. He keeps that chase going. He's the richest one on BLG. He makes it happen with the full chase. Flash from the Gnar used to get the extra kills here.
Wow, what aggression from BLG. How they convert 1 pick into 3 more in quick succession. Cloud9 desperate to get something back, end up getting punished even more. Sven, are you caught out once more? No, it looks like BLG, they're gonna take, or they're gonna rather be happy with what they've been able to take away from Cloud9. All of this bot vision as well sets them up nicely for the upcoming trade.
And this is where it all began. The Vi pick onto the Rakan here. Shun immediately finding that one, instantly killing Sven. And then, once BLG get a piece, they want way more. The ultimate here from Taliyah follows up. They try and get that one back. Blabber wants to get even pay, but can't quite make that one worth as Berserker using Flash, Ghost, and Gale Force and Ultimate to be able to go get that kill. Had nothing left for Bin. Gnar ultimate over.
On flashing over the wall as well to offer more safety and security to Bin. Wow, what an incredible set of plays from BLG. Definitely feeling it after that one. And this is where Cloud9 need to be careful because this composition from BLG has so much mobility. Their pick potential is lethal. And Cloud9 now grouped up as 5. Ultimates are available except for Berserker, but it looks like they're not going to go for the fight.
The call being made, mid lane tower, tier 1. BLG willing to give it up in exchange for this Dragon to get the Infernal. Infernal Soul, a huge prize for either side. Neither side close to Soul Point quite yet. BLG happy to have the second Dragon. Second charge does come through. Still a 2K gold lead for BLG, but overall still a pretty close game. Cloud9, though, as you highlighted, can't afford to have any more slip-ups in fights, can't afford to have themselves get collapsed on or give up individual members because you've seen how quickly BLG can just tear them apart.
Yeah, they've got really good chase with this composition. A lot of flashes being used in that last play too. So flashes being used in big fight like that means there's more opportunity now on the map. And once you get all these outer towers starting to drop, that's when the power of a trailing Nocturne or split push could really make them second guess some of these split pushes, especially well when your split pushers don't have their flashes.
Very much agree. I was thinking to myself, maybe Bin is like uncontrollable in the side lane. You know, the fact that he has so much magic resistance being built up for himself. Fudge and M&S I think will struggle, but the beauty of a Nocturne is that it's so quick to catch on side lane. So if Bin or Yagao do overstep, there is a very clear window with which C9 can look to attack.
That's the ulti coming in. Retreat now coming out immediately. They're going to throw down the ultimate. Tidal Wave blocks so much of the damage. On is able to get burned, and C9 now able to walk away. The calling coming out. BLG, do they want to continue to commit to this play? Junt now immediately going to ult. Elk instantly diving into the backside. Vial traded for Vial. Yagal doing his best to appeal for the backline. M&S now running. BLG standing strong. 1-for-1 trade, but it's jungle for support.
Yeah, the good call from BLG because they know Fudge hasn't started channeling his teleport yet. He won't arrive very quickly, so they make the pick here, get the 1-for-1 onto Blabber. Still though, pretty even. These two teams trading blow for blow.
I like the response from BLG. I feel like that the pick from C9 though, it felt a little hesitant. The moment that Sven missed the knockup, you could see that second of hesitation before the full commit onto On, and that meant that BLG had time to react, respond, start to regroup, and Bin was in the fight much earlier than Fudge was, even having to commit his TP as you mentioned, Kobe, which means that now Bin has this TP advantage available, and BLG can start threatening these sides. Sven, you got caught in this push earlier. He won't be caught once again.
This area of the map, both supports getting picked off quite recently. Yeah, maybe if Cloud9, as they're retreating back through the mid lane, if they were quicker on their teleport to be able to counter the chase there from BLG, because they ended up using the cooldown anyways.
BLG, you can see just grouping up together, getting mid-prio, roaming out to support their side laners, not really giving the opportunity for Cloud9 to just Nocturne collapse wherever they want to. Heads-up play from the side of BLG. See how Cloud9 want to respond.
I think a really big strength here for BLG as the Taliyah wall does come in.
Instant response, a bit preemptive even, but now they're going to try to make the fight happen anyway. Looking to isolate Elk. The knockup now coming down. It's a Tidal Wave stolen away from MS. That is a huge start to the fight, but Elk goes golden. He buys a brief moment. It's a counter Tidal Wave. And Elk is still standing. It has been from behind, and it is BLG. And the fight, a double for Elk. Cloud9's play turned on its head.
Oh, Bin comes in for the counter engage. No hesitation on that teleport. He comes in, Mega Gnar, they turn it around. Cloud9 have to give up their tower as well.
Yeah, forward.
The Baron is alive.
Pulling. Fudge in trouble as well. BLG, absolute dominance here in the mid lane.
BLG are tearing C9 apart in these fights, and when that initial ultimate came out from Yagao, you saw how quick Blabber was to throw out an ultimate of his own, and then it felt like C9 felt pressured into forcing an engage. After committing onto Elk, the fight looked pretty promising, but you ended up with the Jarvan syndrome, where the EQ flash becomes so difficult to follow up on. The Rakan and the Nocturne were on the back line, but there was no one from Cloud9 there to follow up.
And the terrifying thing is, once you've burned all that combo, the Taliyah the Unraveled Earth coming out, as well as the Nami ult, combined with the stopwatch from Elk, just makes it impossible for C9 to follow up again.
Yeah, look at this. Only Blabber and M&S here really being able to get over the wall. Sven goes, he gets a really big knockup, but it's countered before the DPS for Cloud9 could get there. Berserker and Fudge only arrived now, and guess what? Bin's already teleported into your face. The front line separating that back line, so it's really a bit over anxious of a play for Cloud9 there to go for that one, while the Taliyah wall had another second still standing there, and the team wasn't quite together, not quite in sync. Meanwhile, BLG perfectly in sync. Teleport comes in, they collapse, they counter engage, they get the kills and the objectives, and that's the big difference now. The outer towers here, both side lane outer towers still standing for BLG, giving them that safety in the side lanes.
And the moment that the dive happens, you can see how difficult it is for C9 to continue that engage with Nami ultimate, Nami bubble, the Unraveled Earth from Yagao. There's so many tools on the side of BLG to disengage, keep kiting backwards, that the moment that Cloud9 overstep, it becomes incredibly easy for BLG to find these re-engages. And so far in these fights, they're just outplaying Cloud9.
Yeah. Both sides setting up here in the mid lane. BLG, are they going to be the ones to pull the trigger this time around? They've been doing such a good job punishing C9. Cloud9 have to play this perfectly. M&S looking for a flank, but has to be careful not to get collapsed onto. Similar story for Fudge. Shun is fishing for an angle. It looks like Fudge is the target once again. The entire team now collapsing. A perfect combo from the Vi coming out. Kennen trying to respond back, but Fudge is already dead. Now, C9 with the counter blow on the opposite side of the fight. Elk pulling.
Mega Gnar coming though.
C9 getting pushed out of the area, getting pushed out of the pit. All eyes on the Infernal Drake from the side of BLG. Blabber, maybe he can steal this one away. Bin looking for the setup. Drake going in favor of BLG. Cloud9 need to get out. There is nothing left for them in this fight. C9 retreating as 4. They will not give up anyone else.
The biggest thing here is that BLG, even though Cloud9 are the ones with the Nocturne Kennen, that want to be able to get that first play, that first flank. BLG taking the initiative. They go first, they get the initiative, they get the engage, they go right for Fudge, and even though they sacrifice the Nami there, that's a willing trade.
And the combo you were talking about, Kobe, and the threat that BLG really have of this Talia, Vi, the fact that they attack the Kennen, it feels like the LPL and LCK teams are just so good at being aware of that flank threat and then just shutting it down before it can become a real problem. Just great response and great proactivity, as you were saying, Kobe, from BLG.
If they're looking for a flank, that also means they're isolated.
Right, exactly.
And BLG attack.
I mean, it's a pretty common strat, right? When pincing from a dragon, if coming in from two sides, you always go to the weaker side, right? And BLG just don't give C9 the opportunity. And it must be frustrating for Cloud9 because so far this game, they've never really been able to fully utilize their composition. We're yet to see that big wombo combo engage come through. Instead, it's always BLG punishing the overextension of Cloud9 and then re-engaging on their turn.
And it's such a good point because you look at this composition on paper, as you highlighted, so many moments where you think you could just all push R together and everything would work out. But BLG not giving you a single opportunity to do so is so frustrating. Cloud9, though, you can see grouping as 5. I think a little bit more aware of what Shun and Yagao can do together to dismantle some of these flanking options. For now, getting mid-prio, taking control of the vision, just making sure that they have the information around the pit. Zion, 2 items, pretty quick to take it. They lack a true tank, however, so it is a bit risky. That said, Cloud9 want to start it anyway, just looking to force the fight, looking to get BLG to come into them.
Yeah, Bin is pretty far. You can see him walking up, and critically, he has no Narbar charged up.
Shun looking for an angle, looking for that isolated member. Cloud9 instantly retreating. Now trying to turn it back onto the Vi. Blast going to take Shun out to safety. Bin getting Prio in the mid lane. It's just a trade back and forth with this mid control.
And look at how quick Shun was to sniff out that flank once again. Immediately goes into the likely position that Sven or Fudge could be in and forces them back. Now they have control over mid and they're sieging onto the tier 2.
Yeah, BLG on the pushback here. The idea from Cloud9 there, though, they're so far behind, they weren't looking to, like, you know, commit to that Baron. They just wanted to get the teleport out of Bin. But BLG call the bluff. They don't use the teleport too early. They hold on to it, and they just walk Bin slowly up and just chase Cloud9 off the objective. And now, meticulously, again, another wall, another objective here for BLG.
Incredibly controlled game from BLG. Yes, Cloud9 found an advantage in some of the earlier skirmishes, able to find some of these kills with the combo that they brought to bear, but the second we got out of the laning phase, the second the tower started to drop, BLG have just been playing the map so well as a team, as a unit, and it is hard to deny a champion like Nocturne these angles, these picks, but BLG have done such a fantastic job.
Yeah, BLG looking more coordinated, more comfortable right now so far in Game 1 of the series.
It's very reminiscent of the Mad Lions Game 1 yesterday, where it was Mad Lions who were the aggressors and it was T1 punishing. I feel like C9 with this composition are forced to be the aggressors. They're the ones forced to find picks, forced to look for dives, and every time they have tried, BLG have just been able to get the upper hand.
And the terrifying thing is, it's not like on paper you're getting hard out scaled. You're getting hard out executed, and that's got to be a frustrating point because Lucian Nami isn't a weak scaling early game champion, and you know, Talia in the mid game, that thought is now the engage already coming through, immediately trying to bring them down. Blabber pre-flashing over the wall, getting ready, going to get caught out by that play. Berserker finding a quick pick. C9 with advantage.
So what did they have to commit to find that pick, though? There was the flash from Sven and the flash from Blabber in exchange for the summoners from On. While that is initially a good pick, that is a lot committed. Can C9 really convert this into anything else? They do still have Fudge's ult, but C9, they don't want to gamble forcing another ban.
Berserker, no ult, no ghost either. A bit concerning if they do try to force a fight.
One of the biggest wins there is just getting some breathing room on the map as BLG, with the magnitude of the lead that they had, they keep on pushing out these waves, trapping Cloud9 so far into their own side of the map that they couldn't get any extra setup vision for themselves. So yes, it is just a support that they pick off, but that gives them some time to reestablish the game.
Yeah, I'll definitely say C9, if nothing else, they're looking to buy time. You look at the itemization on M&S, yet to complete his second item. You look at the itemization for Berserker, very close to the Bloodthirster. Ideally, you want these item completions through before you look for another big fight.
Have to hold out, have to survive. A lot of stopwatches as well, ready for a big team fight. Could be game deciding as we get deeper and deeper into this one. 28 minutes on the clock, neither side has really gone for Baron quite yet. C9 faking a start maybe to try and force a fight, but overall, Seoul right around the corner for BLG, 15 seconds. C9 know that it's all eyes on the bottom side, but BLG can take advantage of this.
This is the thing. BLG are the ones in firm control right now. C9 finding access to the Dragon Pit via the bot lane. This does give a lot of map control to BLG as they are, well, first into the river. C9 going to be forced out and the dance will begin.
M&S with the long flank here on the Sylas. going way
sniffing
deep.
him out though once again.
Bin now stepping forward. Yagao splitting the team. Blabber over the wall will have to burn his ult or wait for that one to go away. M&S just looking to take the Gnar ultimate when he can. Bounty on the Dragon if Cloud9 can take it away. It's so crucial that they get this objective. But BLG happy to just do this dance. Cloud9 going to be the ones to start it. Elk just trying to poke as much as he can with the RFC. There's no follow-up quite yet. And off to the side. Fudge isolated. Ulti coming out from the buy has been denied. Fudge now it's looking for the turn and burn here. Sven coming in on the recon from so far away, but they're not able to get down the Gnar ultimate. The execution isn't quite there. It's Blabber into the midst of the entire team, but BLG pull back flawlessly. Yagao versus 2, but he's buying so much time with the Crown of the Shattered team with the stopwatch, and it looks like the fight is already over. As long as Berserker's alive, though, there's hope for Cloud9, but Jun looking to finish him. Feathers go up and come right back down. Berserker still standing. Berserker trying to turn. Berserker desperate to get anything back. Twin daggers coming through. Berserker keeping it going, but it's Bin over the wall. It's Yagao. Now the duo on the bot side for Cloud9 looking to make the miracle happen, but Bin says not today. 2 looking for 3 stacks, but Berserker, he's got so much damage. They want to finish him. One more auto should certainly do it. Berserker with a pullback on the feathers. It's not quite enough. It's an insanely close fight. It is on the back of Berserker that Cloud9 are still in the exchange, but they will walk away for now.
Oh, Berserker, can he get away with his life? No, he cannot.
And it has been the only defending MSI champion returning this year to finish it off. This Gnar is massive. No deaths for him, 506, massive bounty on his head. Bin the hero for BLG. Let's take a look at how this fight started.
Okay, so a good wall comes out initially from BLG to try and separate the fight, but it doesn't really last for long. And then the fight comes down to 2 fronts as BLG tried to initially collapse onto Fudge, who uses the stopwatch to buy himself a lot of time, and then the dive onto the AD carry onto the backline. A good ultimate from On to buy time as M&S is eliminated right off the bat, but Sven and Blabber do what they need to do. Berserker and Fudge struggle to really get involved in the fight, so they focus on hitting the closest target. A really nice play from Berserker as he gets an initial pick, and this is where things devolve into chaos.
Yeah, the very sketchy 3-on-3 at the end. Berserker, you can see, he's got his flash shield, so he baits Jun. As Jun goes for the Q, he flashes it, is able to kill him inside the Gromp. But meanwhile, the Kennen went down for Cloud9, so they lost any real meaningful front line. And Bin is full health. This mini Gnar is going to run straight for them. So even though they get a chunk out of him, after the Zhonya's there from Sven, he goes down. And then Berserker has nothing left. He spent everything in that fight to give Cloud9 the hope. He almost had it for them.
And not to take any more of that hope away, but we saw in the picture-in-picture over the course of that replay, thank you for the breakdown, gentlemen, we saw M&S getting caught out, and subsequently BLG, while M&S did not drop, they were able to grab Infernal Soul. So the fight's only getting harder, the odds only further stacked against Cloud9 here in this game 1. Yes, it's only 6K between them at 31 minutes, but that Infernal Soul is going to be massive.
I mean, look at Bin's items here. He's 3 items and a stopwatch on the Gnar. That Gnar is so menacing. Cloud9 have nothing comparable to that as far as the front line goes. So C9 need to make a pick.
Gao caught out, looking to make his way out of that one. The wall will not ferry him out to safety. Burning through quickly the mid laner on the side of BLG. The flick back takes a bit of health, but Cloud9 happy to have that shutdown.
Huge play for them. Very, very necessary. They do not have the front line to go toe-to-toe with Bin, so they make the pick quickly here, and they could get an objective bounty. BLG coming over, though, to try and push them off tower.
Zerker immediately forced to ult to start of the way, start of the fight. M&S stealing the Gnar ult means that they're disengaged. That is now deep. Coming through. TP going in. Fudge! He's going golden, but he's just delaying his own death here. Bin now dominating. Oof.
That teleport sucked under the tower. Now they're chasing.
Blabber caught out and Bin going over the wall. All eyes on Berserker. He does not care about anybody else. There's another fight happening, but it is Bin versus Berserker on the backside. Blabber now trying to bail him out. Elk taking out Sven. M&S, another name on the list, and Blabber now running for the hills as Bin wants to finish off this Nocturne. A flash will take him to safety, but BLG will grab the Baron.
Yes, they will. BLG. Yagao, the only one down. The pick on top side turns around in their favor. They come away wearing purple.
Cloud9, after finding that pick, couldn't decide between the Baron or the tower, and after committing to the tower, they realized that they had overcommitted as Fudge TPs into his death, and that was all BLG needed to convert the fight. As you were saying, Kobe, such a great pick, and in this window, you're looking like, start the Baron, maybe force them to overextend. You still have a number of ultimates available to you. Instead, you've got the back coming in from the Kennen to ideally buy a little bit more, but then the ultimate from Berserker so early, and so because they get forced off the tower, the TP from Fudge means that he is completely isolated, and then BLG can convert it from pick into pick into pick.
Yeah, even though Fudge went back to get his purchase off there, Elk was also already wearing a Guardian Angel under that tower, so very, very lofty attempt at a play there. Now Cloud9 have to deal with the siege power of a Baron. Elk, as I said, wearing the Guardian Angel, level 16 on the Lucian here. This is going to be very difficult.
4-1 with Yao on the bottom side. Cloud9 could just look to force a man advantage in the mid lane, and they will do so immediately, getting the fight kicked off with Blabber ulting in, but the disengage is already there. Wall coming in to split the rest of the team. Now looking to punish on the side of BLG. They've taken out Sven, and they've lost nothing. Blabber burning his entire health bar. Gao flashing forward right into the face of Cloud9, and they're keeping this ball rolling. Fudge leaping out to safety, but he's got no time left. BLG breaking into the base of C9, looking to claim game 1.
Cloud9 are falling apart. They cannot stand against the might that is BLG as they are ripping apart, and they're looking for more kills.
Fire back, stolen by ultimate. Berserker doing what he can, trying to take one kill, but it's only the GA. There's just no space for him to maneuver back into his own fountain, just trying to hold on. The flick back connects. Yagao hitting another one. Elk grabbing a double. BLG cleaning up here in game 1, on with the flash in. The Zanya's a little bit of BM. BLG taking over here. It was an okay start for C9, but mid to end, it has been the BLG show from start to finish.
BLG, the #2 LPL seed, stands tall in game number 1.
A deathless game from Bin. 9-4-8 was the final scoreline for Elk. And while, as you said, Dracos, C9 showed promise in the early game, BLG were just consistently outplaying them in the fights.
I mean, the coordination from BLG, and BLG not hesitating at all on a lot of these plays, whether it be the counter engage, kiting back and then cutting off Cloud9 to be able to win the team fight, or the fights where they straight up went to attack the person that's trying to pick them, went to attack the person that's trying to flank them, and they got the first couple of seconds in those fights, in those picks. Massive stuff. Oh, already calling. Already calling for the 3-0.
And I think when we look back at the play-in's performance for BLG, they did make it through. There were some iffy games from Bin. People, wondering what version we'd see. We're seeing the best. I mean, this is a strong version of Bin. This is a terrifying prospect that was a Gnar. Yeah. That was just a Gnar. That was none of the crazy picks. That was one of the safe ones.
And I think that if you are Cloud9 walking away from that game, it would not surprise me if their perspective was, we lost that game, right? We overforced, we misexecuted, we can go toe-to-toe with this team, we just need to calm down and play our game. But the other thing I think that Western teams need to reevaluate is how strong is blind pick Kennen? Because both Korea and China have done such a great job of sniffing those flanks out every single time and just completely shutting it down.
And this is probably best case scenario where you have a Nocturne on your team to try and hide those flanks, but we never even got to see
not a single one.
What we thought is going to be the most famous play for that lineup. They didn't even give them a moment to pull it off.
I mean, dismantled. Incredible game 1 coming in from BLG. We'll see if C9 can bounce back. For now, let's send it over to the analyst desk to break down that game 1.
Thank you so much, and I think you set it up perfectly, and the top lane matchup in general and Bin's play is going to be a big focus of this segment, and maybe we can check in with our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz straight off the bat after that game 1, Bin versus C9, Azael, because it does seem like a lot stemmed from his performance.
It was a Bin gap in game number 1, absolutely. Fudge just wasn't able to get much of anything done on the Kennen. I think the lane was fine, but Bin was able to even create CS advantage there. And then as far as the team fights, we never saw an effective flank. BLG did such a good job of denying vision, of denying the opportunities to get those flanks, and Bin was such an X factor in all of the key moments.
Yeah, it really felt like Fudge was constantly being pulled around the map to try and join in on these fights, but without the TP flank being available, because BLG did such a good job of clearing out these wards, it was very hard to have that same impact. But I swear, Bin, every time we joined a fight, just hitting Mega at the right time and just mechanically delivering so well, constantly being such a threat to the entire enemy team.
As we pull up the draft from game 1, Vedius mentioned C9 might look at this game and think we lost it there. I think Bin won this game. And we're going to take a look at the skirmish later, but 16 minutes and just the proactivity of TPing in and immediately getting that ult off and being so proactive with the gold difference that he accrued for himself, that's the way I see it.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times people, you come out of a loss and they want to blame the draft, but that's kind of the copium take. To me, I think this was an amazing draft for C9. I actually loved the draft. I think it was all down to execution. They got straight up outplayed. MNS, this is his first ever international game. He did not deliver at all in this one, was not able to find really any good stolen ults, it felt like. He was hesitant at times. Fudge, was not having that impact there. This was a solo lane gap big time.
Yeah, it felt like they had so many tools to go in, but each time it was like one was lacking. MNS ended up whiffing that Gnar ult, or Fudge wasn't there in time, or there was the stopwatch. It was like honestly, so many moments where like one key little thing changing, it could have been so much more favored for Cloud9.
I've heard that so many times in these matchups versus LPL specifically. If only it was that one thing, that one thing, that one thing, but it never is or seldom. You have to be on the mark. I know I've been victim to it with my region many times before, but I feel like this game also breaks up into two parts very clearly, where the early game start, Azael, was actually very promising from Blabber.
Blabber had a great start. He was involved in a lot of the early action, as we'll see. Making it around the map was having a big effect, was actually tracking Xun very well in the early levels, protecting his lanes, almost gets the smite steal there with the Q smite over the wall.
Yeah, and these early fights, there was lots of bot lane 2v2s as well that were going pretty well, but it's like here where it felt like BLG were a little bit uncoordinated. On particularly, I don't think had a great game where often he was the one they were picking off, and it started to feel really positive, like C9 knew what they were doing with this composition, because they really started off strong.
Absolutely. I mean, we were talking about it, and after the early levels, and especially when I was saying, okay, if Blabber can get 6 without actually having anyone really die on their team, and they were able to do it, I thought they could really start to snowball the game, right? They had a first effective ultimate usage on that bot side. They got a lot of early kills. Berserker was able to pick up 2 of them, so he had some gold injection in him. MNS was in a pretty good spot. So I think Cloud9, hit all the marks that they wanted to in the early game. But you have to be on point at all stages, because the LPL teams will hand check you every stage of the game. And if you fail mechanically, you're out.
And I think the 16-minute skirmish is the one that we have to look at for that. Billy doesn't have bad early games also domestically. They're fine, but they really know how to accelerate their lead, get these picks off, and just be very proactive on their moves.
Yeah, and this starts off with a mistake from Sven, but this could have just been one pick, but then, MNS oversteps a little bit, and they overcommit into the fight here, and we see this situation where Fudge isn't even there, and suddenly we've gone from what could have been 1 kill for BLG, not a big deal, to this snowball effect where more and more come in, and then Berserker doesn't expect Bin to go in so aggressively and ends up paying for it.
I mean, Bin just had such a good read there that he had just enough health to get in, get the transform, finish off the kill. Berserker not using his ultimate on the Nami bubble. He has to use it after, so he's chunked down, so that kind of initiates that chase. But Bin just had such a good read, calling for the 3-0. I mean, you can't blame the confidence. The man was on fire in game number 1. We knew that he could definitely be a problem. Yes, he didn't look as good in the plans, but we've seen so many times him step up at international events, obviously with multiple teams, multiple rosters. He's one of the best in the business.
I've got Bin PTSD for sure. We can take a look at the final fight as well, and I'd like to talk a little bit about the draft choices. As was touched on here already, a bit of comfort on the side of Billy, and a style that they're very comfortable playing, and some tools to really negate what Cloud9 could do with their comp.
Yeah, I feel like the Gnar just made so much sense when you're going up against the Kennen, and sometimes we don't see that matchup being super favorable. Bin, you outscale the Kennen so hard inside side lane once you get too tanky for him to deal with, and ultimately it just felt like you'd free reign. Whenever you wanted to join fights, whenever you want to have control of the side lane, it was all there for Bin, and then his performance in the fights delivered as well.
Well, I actually really liked his build as well, right? He's going Triforce, but he's going straight into Force of Nature, then Randuin's, full tank, he gets a stopwatch. He's just going to run at your carries.
I mean, look what's happening there. He's on top of Berserker, and he can't do anything.
I mean, Berserker was down in the item at this point, so he doesn't have the damage to actually punch through. Obviously, the TP was awful, but at that point, they were already pretty much out of the game. They'd already lost Soul. The biggest thing that stood out for me, though, was Cloud9 really looked hesitant on a lot of their plays.
Yeah.
The signature of Cloud9 regionally is that whether it's a really good play or a really awful play, they're all going at the same time every time, and I did not see that from them in game number 1. There was multiple times where Sven would maybe go in, Blabber would pop the ult, but then you could tell Blabber didn't really want to follow through on the ult. There's times where Blabber would pop an ult, but we don't actually see the full team committing, and that's something that they're really going to have to get past if they want to have a shot against Billy.
And that's the difference, is that I feel like Billy, there was no hesitation with them. Every time there was a play that they wanted to go for, they were all on the same page, and part of it is this is the first time Cloud9 are playing in this tournament. Billy have had all of play-ins to warm up, and they definitely seem like they're on fire right now.
Just want to mention C9 selected the blue side, and when it comes to it, Azael, a couple of things, right? And the question is, will you be able to rectify it in time for this best of 5 going forward? With the experience that you have of this C9 roster, if we pick out a couple of things, right? Okay, top lane's going to be hard. Maybe we need to figure out what we do there. Warding in general, or knowing when to flank or how to flank, which is extremely difficult.
Yeah.
What would you say is a priority out of all of those things?
I mean, I would say just drop the Kennen pick and don't worry about it. Look for something that's more solid in a straight-up 5v5 that you can fight front to back. That's way easier to set up. It gives them an easier win condition.
Yeah, if you have like a tank top or something, and then a lot of simple engage tools, like, the Silas I like to pick, but sometimes execution wasn't there. If it's straightforward, I think that a lot of the nerves will shake away and they could put up a good fight.
Okay, hopefully so for Cloud9. We want to see 5 games today, but it's BLG that strike first in this best-of-5 series. Stick around after the break to see if C9 can even up the series.
You can do it.
The waiting arms of Zerker and Sven. They're both trying to retreat rapidly. Eminence is just looking to finish up as many kills as he can. The Silas is too damn strong in these early skirmishes. Are they going to be able to follow this one up? Now coming out, Keo follow up. Elk will get burned down. First blood, Elk on the edge. Berserker going to flash in and make it a 1-for-1 trade back, but in the end, the trade going in favor of BLG. Triple wall fudge. Maybe he can be the difference maker instead. Everyone just looking to get out, but Ben keeps going. Kenan Alcow coming in. Ben going mega, finding one. He uses a Gnar of his own, and just like that, BLG come alive in game 1.
Oh, Berserker, can he get away with his life? No,
BLG, the number 2 LPL seed, stands tall in game number 1.
Get it!
A team against a king. Seeing against believing. A moment against a moment for the ages. Countless battles, one arena, the realm. The only thing capable of powering the game, the stage, the broadcast, and the worldwide spectacle we know and love, aka the Cisco Network.
Red Bull gives you wings.
New and existing customers can choose the phone they want, like the incredible iPhone 14 on us.
Not to brag, but I'm on Verizon now. And I got to choose the phone I wanted for free. Not that you're bragging.
Choose the phone you want on us. Verizon.
Welcome back to MSI 2023 and this series between Cloud9 and BLG. BLG coming out swinging in game one. And while Cloud9 had a bit of promise there in the early game, we're going to need to see more from them as we look ahead towards game two. See how they adapt their strategy, see how they can adapt their execution in game. I'm ready. Yeah. I think we can see more. I don't think this is the top level Cloud9 we've seen yet, believe it or not.
I mean, the two things I was worried about most for Cloud9 were Bin and Elk. And I think that's the same.
Nothing has changed.
Nothing has changed. Still definitely worried.
Confirm. Good players, turns out. Yeah.
I will say, so for the first game, I think we're all in agreement. Cloud9 really looking at the lack of coordination in their engages. With a comp that is built so much on these engages, with Kennen, with Rakan, with the Nocturne, and Silas as well, they really need to focus up and coordinate those. You know, maybe some deep breaths, calming ocean noises between games, and pull it right back together here.
Well, let's see what their priorities will be. We're about ready for the draft. And already I see that C9 have chosen to ban away Annie. We'll get rid of the Ahri as well, so nothing too different from their first iteration. The Cassante, and we expect the Nidalee to be taken off the board. Will things shift here for Cloud9, or will they remain the same?
Yeah, I honestly seeing a lot of talk about throwing away the Kennen pick. I kind of agree with that. If you're not going to get good Kennen flanks off with a Nocturne covering you, then you might not be getting those at all. Yep. And Bin was not perturbed at all by the Kennen pick early on, so maybe switch that one up.
Yeah, Cloud9 really debating what they want this final ban to be.
They're going to stick with the Nautilus. So very mid-focus bans, of course, Annie just being a generic power pick. Will BLG remove the Maokai? Yes, they will. So I think Vi first pick is a really good option for C9. I know that it was something that throughout their playoffs they typically got rid of, was either banned against, something that they also just actively banned. And it looks like they're going to stick with the Xayah. Again, we talked about it at the end of the last game. Going into that game, the way they played the early game, they probably told themselves, we were the ones that overforced. We were the ones that made mistakes. Our draft wasn't functionally a problem. It was just the way we executed it. If we can calm down, there's no reason why we can't go toe-to-toe with a team like BLG.
Uh-oh, looks like BLG are also saying, yeah, I call your bluff. Bring it.
Have to see what the adaptations are going to be in the second ban phase. And if Cloud9 want to adapt their first pick phase at all, can be just about 100% confident that that third pick on the side of BLG will be the Lucian.
I wouldn't be surprised if they actually locked in something like a LeBlanc right now. Make sure that they get M&S on something that can have a little bit more agency than what he did on the Silas.
Straight up blind?
Yeah, well, because they know that, I was going to say, they know what the next pick is going to be a Lucian. And they're actually going to go for the Sion. Very risky blind against the Bin, I will say.
I do like this, though. You know, the call has been made. Yo, we got Bin diffed in the last game, fine. Throw the Kennen out the window, replace it with a big, beefy tank that can still provide value even if he dies.
And that's the thing about the Sion. He's just kind of this inevitable source of team fight value.
When Fiora need to be banned.
Okay, all right, yeah, I was going to say, there are some concerns.
This is Bin. Definitely going to have to protect against that. I will say also, some of the value is kind of reduced because the T1 level 1 Sion play is so fresh in everyone's minds. I feel like it's going to be very difficult for Cloud9 to pull off one of those, you know, suicide Sion level 1 starts, which is definitely very powerful, but BLG are going to have that front and center with T1 being so recent.
Fiora will be next, or Jax. It'll be one of those two.
And to be fair, we've also only really seen the Sion cheese from red side teams because of the way the bushes are set up, so the angles are just not quite as present. But there's the Gwen. Wouldn't be surprised to see something like a Fiora follow, but the concern is anytime you're facing against Bin, the champion pool is pretty big. So he's got a litany of options he can go for here, and it's really just about limiting the ones you're most scared of.
Do you know what BLG could do?
I vote Fiora. That's my vote.
Yeah, but Camille Galio.
Are you voting Game 5 Fiora, or are you voting a different Fiora? I'm just...
yeah, it depends what COG will be. Oh, they're going to get rid of Nah. I mean, that's also fine. So now you're looking at Fiora or Camille or Kennen still. Like, there's no reason why BLG can't bring out the Kennen for themselves if they want a little bit more team fight power.
Man, that is like a mentality-breaking pick, too. Like, if you have that Kennen performance in Game 1 and then he takes it and they crush you with some crazy Kennen flanks, that could be demoralizing. Ooh. Or maybe it's just a taunt. It's just a classic.
I felt like it was a taunt, to be truthful.
Taunt.
It looks like they are going to lock it in. Okay, so saving last pick for Yagao, and Yagao's Taliyah was crucial in limiting how C9 wanted to play the game. So much value gained from that Taliyah wall, but now the Kindred coming in against Shunavin, who's so good at Kindred. Galio paired alongside it as well. Oh, we saw this from the PCS. This is my favorite way to play the game right now. Utility mid, double 80 carries. Oof, I love to see it.
So I will say that I think C9 were expecting the Kennen to a degree. That's why they blind picked the Scion. We know that Scion is used as an answer into the Kennen specifically. But Cloud9, we know that they have a very deep pool when it comes to jungle options. And Kindred, Blabber is no stranger to this pick.
Yeah, and especially it's not just, oh, we're going to have Blabber carry pants now, we're going to have MNS support him, but it's really good into Kennen initiation. You have Kindred ultimates to delay, you have Gallia ultimate with the magic shield as well, so really good to, as you say, expected counter picks to a Kennen. That Kennen comes in immediately, boom, throw down 2 extra circles and answer. How do you best answer the Kennen circle? 2 more circles.
The concern, I mean, that's true, but the concern is C9 over-preparing for the Kennen, because frankly, Yagao had a great game, right? He was always on the side lane, he was being funded a lot of resources, and he worked very well with Shun to shut down Fudge finding those flanks. Now they're on Syndra Vi, which is a very well-known, very powerful mid-jungle 2 versus 2, and is something that can very much bully MNS. Remember, in his debut international best of 5.
That's a lot of pressure. Blabber pulling up Kindred for the first time in a long time. I think we've gotten used to domestically his identity being kind of setting up MNS, and now it's the shoe is on the other foot. And execution always still going to be big. That was what let Cloud9 down in the previous game. Got to see if they can execute better with this composition. BLG, again, fighting against a composition with a very strong identity from the side of Cloud9. Team fighting, beefy front line, double 80 carries, so many engage tools. Have to see how they respond here as they look to secure match point.
The good luck, have funs have come out from both teams. We're jumping onto the Rift for game 2. I'm excited to see the adaptations. While there are a lot of things that remain the same, in particular this bot matchup, the top side is very different. Fudge will be the defender this time. Can he hold on to the weathering storm that is Bin, as he will literally be looking to bring the thunder?
And as you mentioned, the bottom side of the map, Cloud9 looking to run straight down, take out the ward.
Yep. And our feature matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz is about the top laner, but right now there's a top laner in the bottom lane. So it's getting a little topsy-turvy here in the game. C9 looking for control on the bottom side.
And Cloud9 themselves, they put out this little video on social talking about some of their scrims with BLG and how volatile they were, especially the bottom lane. Sven talking about how the bottom lane matchup really early on in a lot of their scrim games is both of them being very aggressive, and often it was BLG walking up. If they dodge skill shot, they win. If they miss it, they lose. In the last game, though, let me remind you, it was Cloud9 walking up. They were the ones being super aggressive. They burned a lot of summer spells off of Elk, but when it really came down to the kill, Shun was closer in the jungle, and Cloud9 ended up giving away the first blood plus the extra kill there to the BLG bottom lane.
We just have to track early game for both of these junglers. A lot of tools to set up for these ganks. While we expect top lane to be relatively isolated, bot lane, as you highlighted, already crucial. And it was explosive in the 2v2. Once you turn it into a 3v3, it's going to be even more so. Same bot lane matchup. Let's see what C9 have learned from the previous game.
Now, Vision was invested early. Oh, hang on a second.
Up, instantly going to get the flash and the cleanse for a single summoner spell. Hugely positive trade. I think they might have been, I don't know what they were anticipating there.
Sven, just as aggressive this time around on the Rakan. This is a much more favorable trade for Cloud9 than last time around now. That is 3 summoner spells for 1.
Remember that by going for the longsword on Berserker, he has a lot of health to play with, but Sven already committing all of his pots means that they have to be a lot more careful in these 2v2 trades with the constant sustain that's going to come out from On in the early level 2. This means the C9 bot lane, while a good summoner trade for the time being, will have to play defensively, but Blabber already on his way. Bot level 3 secured as, ooh, good trade once again from Elkanon.
Oh yeah, that health trade onto Sven specifically is really going to leave a mark. As you mentioned, he's got to be the one with the initiation when Blabber comes down. That's what you get when you run an AD carry jungle, basically, in the Kindred. Difference for the Kindred is, at level 3, you can definitely get down there very aggressively. It's the same award for BLG, though. I like how it's kind of showing the middle positioning of it. It's not up by Tribrush. Sven went up there with a sweeper. Can't get far enough into the river to actually clear that ward or sweep it out. And so Blabber will get seen again on the same ward as he tries to go bottom.
Blabber spotted out. Elkanon immediately backing off, and as you highlighted, rinse and repeat from the previous game, but now Blabber feeling a little bit more empowered to invade in the jungle and at least spot out that the blue buff is still there.
Yeah, you can tell these two teams know each other pretty well from those scrims they were talking about, where they're constantly just micro adjustments to even the position of their wards to be able to get that extra level of safety. Bottom scuttle spawn for the Kindred mark here for Blabber is quite nice for him.
He won the 50-50. But Italy, though, if he has information on where Jeune is, which I believe he does, he can just double grab here. With the blue buff being started, I'm not sure exactly if he was able to gain vision or not, but for the time being, he's not going to run the risk. Bid continues to push in that top matchup very much as we expected. C9, they'll likely look for a base relatively soon, but they want to try and get this wave underneath the tower so he starts pushing back towards them.
Shun now moving in, I think just trying to get as much information as he can as the wave. They're going to ping out the back from MNS. This is Shun's opportunity to move in and at least get some information. Even if he can't go for the fight, he has a level advantage for now. All in on the bottom side. Feather's not going to get pulled back because of a clean bubble from On. C9 keeping Prio in the lane. Find the darkness. Blabber could be in trouble here, but he's going to walk away. Sven just keeping it going. That's the Ignite now taking down, but Elk just wants to fire back, dashing out to safety. TP now being burned on the bottom side for Yagao. They need to get something out of this play. They burned so many resources on, leaving forward. That's first blood. This Nami out of control.
Bottom lane is the battleground for the early game this series once again. And once again, it has been on the Rakan, getting these aggressive trades onto Elk, but going down first.
Mounting Dread marked one. Can't get the second or the third. Oh, just trading flash for flash.
The cleanse comes back up for Elk, and he's able to remove the slow and create space between him and his opposition. MNS with no TP means that he cannot match on the bot side of the map. Yagao TPing, I thought, was a bit of a big overcommitment, but in reality, I wonder if it scared C9 off the play. They felt like BLG were committing to this fight, and that means that Sven ends up losing his life. Jun now sees an opportunity to get himself the Scuttle Crab, and BLG will walk away with a 700 gold lead for now.
Certainly not a bad start to the game for BLG, and on the top side of the map, you can see the call already stacking up in uncontested for now. A bit more kill pressure onto the Kenny once level 6 comes around for Fudge, but with Shun on the top side, I just don't think he's going to have that angle of attack. Blabber will see if he can continue to stack up these marks. Of course, reminder, 4 is the big break point we're going to be keeping track of.
The Dragon is, of course, uncontested for the time being. Control wards being invested early. BLG with their push on bot. Nothing too dramatic I'm expecting as Bin has the level 6. We'll throw down the ultimate, but I think that's mainly just to force Fudge back. We'll stack the Conqueror. Good damage down onto Fudge as he now ticks over to level 6.
Yeah, that is a lot of damage. Meanwhile, another knockup.
Connecting. Elk no cleanse with flash just coming back up shortly. MNS on the way down looking for the taunt. Elk gonna flash out to safety just in time. That's the knockup onto the Nami. Can they finish one kill? Berserker gets him! Berserker snipes him with the double daggers and the pullback. On will live, but now he's trying to turn one back onto Sven. Excellent kill on the bottom side for C9.
Yes, exactly. Excellent. Berserker was the ray of hope for Cloud9 in game number 1. Him getting that kill credit just as they repeat gank onto this flash. Elk, it just came up for him, and he's able to burn it, still get the kill here. MNS, though, it cost him a lot on that Galio. Look at this minion wave that gets pushed into his tower. That is a double stacked minion wave, and on the reset, BLG will be able to get the Dragon, too. So it is a Syndra level 6. It is a Dragon force here from BLG in exchange for the kill on the Berserker.
I'm surprised they didn't actually funnel that mid farm into Blabber. I mean, if the Galio loses it, it's one thing, but you could have actually gotten Blabber so far ahead with all that XP and gold. Elk, though, really has been the target so far in this series. Game 1, he did a very good job of weathering that storm. Game 2, though, C9 are doubling down.
Step forward, they can get the slow down on the Elk. The knockup, Elk does not stop. He just looks into the face of death and walks away. They kill Blabber, full confidence. They hit him with the laughing emo, just completely and totally outplayed.
Oh, Elk is too good. He dodges forward into your face. He does not run from the gank. He kills the ganker.
MNS on the way down, though. Cloud9 continuing to try to force on the bottom side. They've got the wave crashing, but Shun is in the area. This Galio has to be careful. Going forward, Justice Punch, fishing for the taunt. The knockup is there to stop any follow-up damage, but the winds of war will find their mark. MNS grabbing the kill. C9 continuing to push Yagao on the way down. C9 going all in for the play on the bottom side. Shun able to walk away for now. Berserker trying to fish over the wall. He's going to flash. So much aggression from the C9 80 carry to find that one, and now Yagao has to be careful. MNS waiting for those cooldowns to come back up. The sustained damage from the Xayah is going to be tough to match. The feather pullback will not find anyone. Blabber on the top side. side. C9 making plays everywhere on the map. Bottom side and top side as well. Bin now going to try to burn down Blabber. The stun connecting. Bin on the retreat. So much action back and forth, but Bin will walk away. For now, the stun, roar of the Slayer, and Blabber will find the kill.
Oh, and Cloud9 are popping off in the early game again. They retake the gold lead barely. MNS, it feels like, just decided to take this bottom lane and retake control, barely retaking. The bottom side coming from behind their own tower twice here from the Galio. And then Blabber, after death, he gets right back up from the fountain, immediately goes topside, allows Cloud9 to win both sides of the map, starts up the Rift Herald in the aftermath, and they've called the reset here for their bottom lane. Berserker going to come up to the top side and push in on those turret plates.
MNS playing like he's got Predator, but he doesn't. He's just running bot at every opportunity. The man has bounced back massively after game one. He struggled to have an impact, but now he's making his presence known very early on into the game, and Elk really feeling the pressure this time around.
And Fudge being sent bottom lane is so impossible really to dive a Sion to stop him from clearing that wave out. So quick lane assignments coming in for Cloud9 as we take a look back at this. Remember, this is after Blabber died. C9 continuing to commit to this play and make it work.
Yeah, MNS refuses to let this bottom lane fall into a hole. And so he's going to sacrifice his minions again as well to do this. There is a price for these plays. These are not free roams for the Galio. When we get back to live, you'll see the CS gap is quite big in mid lane, but it's critical here to get this money onto Berserker and Cloud9 know it.
Yeah, it is a trade-off, as you rightly said, Kobe. Like the execution overall here from C9 started off very poorly. I'm glad that you highlighted Blabber's initial play where he basically conceded a kill over, but they were able to very quickly scramble back what was a much-needed set of plays. But the gold remains even because in mid and top, CS advantages are still aplenty for BLG.
And MNS, some nice execution too under the tower play. You know, he gets the taunt, then he's able to Justice Punch to the side, dodging the Scatter the Weak from Yagao. Now he's able to get back and pick up some CS.
And while the gold is close, it's really going to be about where the resources are allocated. The good news for Cloud9 is of their 4 kills, 2 are on Berserker. We've highlighted it. One of the strongest, if not the strongest individual performer on the team. If he can get items under his belt and BLG are not able to shut him down, it'll be easy for them to win fights. But on the opposite side, Bin and Yagao getting further and further ahead makes it hard for Berserker to have room if we're going to go to full 5-on-5s.
Yeah, look at this from the side of BLG, with Bin being such a big difference maker in the previous series. That Kennen left alone on the top side with the Scion. Bin is about to cash in on his Cull. He has the big CS lead. He has had pressure pushing in on that top side.
Our eyes on a potential play on the bottom side. Blabber still only at 2 marks. Maybe some not super ideal spawns here. Cloud9 just continuing to fish. Eyes on the prize here for Cloud9. Again, keeping a lot of the same draft elements, at least in terms of the bottom lane and early on, changing dramatically in the second half, but the gameplay still very bot side focused and working out pretty well thus far.
Really nice trade there from Elk. As once again, MNS gets pushed in the mid lane. Really don't, oh, they forced a flash out. Nicely done from MNS. They know they have the damage.
Now immediately going to ult. MNS is not that tanky. He has a lost chapter.
Has the ghost still though, should be fine. Isn't forced to burn any summoner spells. With the swap, I'm surprised that C9 didn't actually invest a very early Herald top to try and funnel more gold into Berserker. They have now brought him up to mid lane. Will they consider throwing MNS down into the bot lane? And yes, it looks like that's exactly what they're going to do. Berserker and Blabber looking to secure some plates mid for themselves.
Bin getting aggressive on the top side. It's a long lane. Fudge debating if he just has to ult to get out of this one, but holding fast here. Too much kill pressure quite yet, and meanwhile in the mid lane, the Herald does crash, but does not get a lot of damage down, probably just the 1.5 plates.
Yeah, they just want to get as much money into Berserker as possible, so this is the best of both worlds. You rotate Berserker to mid lane first, then you get to both get mid lane damage on the tower, as well as give at least half of that turret plate to Berserker. Then they rotate fully down to the Dragon, even up the Dragon count, and pretty stable here, even though Fudge on top side keeps getting chunked out by the Conqueror Kennen with these ultimates from Bin. And he's been holding on pretty decently. I will say the warning comes when you get Unleashed Teleport from Bin, and that Kennen that has been, for the large majority at the beginning of the game here, just isolated on top side versus Sion. When that Kennen gets the opportunity to get the teleport in, the flash ultimate play when he's level 2 ultimate, level 11 with the rank 2 ultimates, that could be the big moment.
I'll also say our observers just highlighted it. I don't know if Fudge did that deliberately, but the reason why he was not dived there was because he was sitting in a pocket of no vision for BLG. is able to go back to base unscathed and TP back to top. Now, with the Jack Show completed, he's going to be a very durable individual.
Yeah.
It will make it much harder for Bin to really threaten in the top lane matchup. Once those Merc Treads come through, he's going to be pretty happy in terms of the side lane matchup.
Okay, gold advantage, excellent. Bubble again coming in from on, and Sven is just going to backstep here. And as we get later and later in the game, execution going to be the question for C9. In the previous game, weren't able to make their composition work. Should be easier this time around, but going to have to kind of do the exact same thing that BLG did in terms of respecting the flanks, keeping an eye on this cannon. Bin is the power point, and as you highlighted, Unleash Teleport not quite there yet, but once it is, all of C9's plays become significantly more volatile.
Another thing to think about here is this
Nice
Syndrome.
buffer. Knockback fights on two fronts. Elk! What was he doing there? M&S manages to make it out. I'm not sure what happened with Elk in the mid lane, but Shun now on the retreat. Blabber continuing to step forward. A lot of damage could come in from Yagao's level 11 Syndra.
Oh, give me that replay. I want to see that now. How do you get under there?
There's fights across the rift. On to the mid lane.
Blabber did just use his flash in that exchange. Jun had to flash to get away to safety as all of M&S's summoners drops, but as you rightly said, a kill once again going in favor of Cloud9 as Elk finds himself 0 and 3.
Look, sometimes you live up to your namesake and you just like run headlong into a vehicle, you know? It happens to the best of us.
All right, here we go.
Oh, doesn't know Sven is there.
I think. He wants the full calling damage. And Sven just over Raptor wall. Ultimate flash W. Good night.
Sven fight. It's all unfortunate for Berserker that Sven secured the kill, but they'll take it. See gold advantages at 14. Presented by MasterCard. The difference is largely building in Bin's favor, but to be honest, against a Sion, that's very much to be expected.
Ooh, Galio coming in.
Yeah, that's a little rough there. I will say, up until this point, this Galio play has been so good for M&S. You know, you don't want a big CS lead on your Galio. You want plays from your Galio.
Oh, yeah.
And his plays bottom side have been exceptional thus far. His play with Blabber, the carry jungler, but that ultimate, of course, the coordination again. It was not an all-in from Bin, not even close.
And while C9 right now, as you saw in the MasterCard gold difference, have their advantages where they want them, on their double 80 carry threats, it's really important that they hold on to those utilities, those abilities for the fights to come. BLG stacking members up around the mid lane, Bin coming down from the top lane just to make sure they can threaten if they need to.
Yeah, BLG are thinking right now, hey, we got a Galio ult for free, let's get our team fight in. You know, Bin does have flash and ultimate, and the level 2 ultimate at that with his level 11 coming in, so they send him back to the top side, pushing the minion wave as Cloud9 are fully grouped up in mid.
Come up to the side, stun gonna connect, an early scout of the week, just poke, raining down. Cloud9 starting the Herald, BLG, do they want to respond? Bin on the top side, debating.
Need to be careful of this flank. They will use the Scryer's Bloom, or rather the Blue Trinket to spot him out.
Who's gonna mark this cannon? Walk up to him.
Lower and lower. Bin gonna clear out the ward. C9 has to be careful, but immediately Fudge is going to try to get things kicked off, but now his backline is exposed. Bin trying to find an angle. C9 retreating into the pinch. They have to be so careful. Bin now dashing forward, sensing a moment of opportunity, but Berserker just going to burn the ult and walk away.
Yeah, Berserker burning the ult not to protect himself, to protect Fudge. The teammate ult there to be able to lay down all those feathers and cut off the entrance into the jungle.
I mean, I also saw that Yagao ultimate come out, and I was like, that's a 5-man stun if I've ever seen one. And so, as you rightly said, Berserker throwing that ulti down meant that there was no risk of BLG overcommitting. So BLG largely just spectators to the objective secure from Cloud9. Nothing really gained for them. This will allow C9 to open up the map a little bit more as Elk gets a little bit of damage down onto the mid tower. BLG in a slightly better position for the Dragon right now as resets start to come through. Yagao going to go back to base, Bin going to do the same. And you imagine our next exchange will be thrown down towards that side, unless C9 want to choose the cross map, given that they do have the Herald. But I wouldn't be surprised to see them come back into the mid, drop the Herald, use that as a point of pressure, which then gives them access into the river, and they can start up the objective.
And I think the game is going to get a little bit harder if C9 can't really leverage the full power of their team comps. You see these CS leads, in mid and top specifically, just continuing to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And yes, Cloud9 are putting more resources into Berserker, but Berserker's still behind Elk in terms of individual CS, so it's a tricky puzzle for Cloud9 to solve.
And remember, it was around this time in the previous game where the picks started to come through for BLG. The picks really made the difference. This Vi from Shun, ultimate ready.
Mounting Dread comes out, Colin going to be used. Elk able to walk away, it does cost him the heal, but not a whole lot else. Mid lane tier 1 broken down, Cloud9 taking the control, setting their sights on this Cloud Drake.
Yeah, they group up and they just brute force that tower. Meanwhile, BLG with the split are going to be able to get the top side tower and as well the minions into bottom side tower and pushing mid right now in exchange for this dragon. they should be able to get 2 outer towers, plus Bin is going to get the minion wave on top side all the way up to secondary tower. So while Cloud9 are going to get this dragon, that's a lot of gold in tower value being given over to BLG.
Yeah, I think BLG are just playing the map so smart right now. They recognize that it's not worth trying to force a fight, and instead they'll pressure elsewhere. BLG now stacking as 4 members top. They know that Fudge has no ultimate, but are they overcommitting here? M&S does have the ultimate available, and BLG, they're going to take a little bit of a poke, but they're not going to overcommit too much.
And BLG, again, recognizing the strengths of their opponent's composition. In game 1, it was everyone pushing their R buttons together and diving. They respected it so much. This time around, it's their 5v5 team fight. So what do? They split up the map. They don't opt into contesting this Drake when they don't have to. I mean, it's just very solid map play from BLG across both games.
Yeah, BLG, no, the only one even remotely tanky is Jun this time around. So they have to play off of their minion waves, and they have to play off of those ultimates until they get a good angle for those. Oh my, that is...
Okay. No one saw. No one saw.
Well, no one saw until the observers decided to show everyone.
No one saw.
Well, I guess
now hundreds of thousands of people saw.
The argument you can make is BLG didn't see.
There you go. They don't know.
They don't know.
Nobody snitched.
Yeah.
I'm looking at you, everyone in chat. Nobody snitched.
M&S continuing to poke forward, and C9, they're going to struggle right now because there's not really a big objective to force. The good news is they have a frontliner in Fudge and 2 AD carries. They can burn through this objective very quickly, especially once Berserker gets that closer to that second item. Maybe that's where they can force BLG to come fight them. For now, BLG feeling fine, sitting on a 3K gold lead, happy to just continue trading up in terms of side lanes.
Very neutral mid-game. Of course, BLG have a pretty significant gold advantage, but they do have the tower lead, and a lot of it is coming from the individual CS. When I look at mid, there's a 1K gold gap in favor of Yagao. There's a 2K gold gap in favor of Bin. So if my math is correct, 1 plus 2 does make 3, which should actually equal the gold difference.
They forbid us from doing math on air, but look at you, breaking the rules.
The Welsh mathematics coming in hot.
What I think, quick maths. What I think is important to take away is that gold difference is not reflective really of the game state.
Yeah.
Because M&S and Fudge being down in gold is not the same as like 2 carries being down in gold. The fact that Blabber and Berserker are still in very healthy positions, the fact that their atomization is still coming through means that Cloud9 is still very much in comparable terms when it comes to the straight up power of the 2-team composition.
And some critical things here for Cloud9 that they need to keep in mind. They have shown this already in this game, but they've been grouping up very nicely to create that ball of safety. They know that if they let this cannon get a flank, they could get dismantled. So they have to worry about Nami ult from one angle, possible flash cannons from the other angle, and they've been able to use their numbers to brute force objectives like this, try and catch up, get some of this tower gold. Meanwhile, they always make a sacrifice in order to do that, though. And the sacrifice this time around is, of course, the mid and bottom lane, as Bin is pushing in bottom, and Elk plus Shun chunking away on that mid turret.
And BLG pushing on 2 points at the same time, but luckily Cyan's so hard to move out of these lanes that Fudge's job for the last few minutes has just been walking to waves that are pushed in, clearing them, and living. And that's about all he's done.
Yeah, C9 are largely playing a 1-4 setup, whereas BLG are taking advantage of 1-3-1. Yagao is on the wave that's likely to be pushed in the most, just because once the tower drops, he can very quickly catch that wave with his wave clear. Meanwhile, Bin and then Elk and Shun as a duo can pressure elsewhere on the map and get some deep vision. C9 are very reliant on these objectives to force BLG into an area where they can find these front-to-back team fights, but BLG are playing patiently. As Bin
Ulti coming in for Fudge. He gets the damage down, but not the knockup. Fishing for the knockup now. Bin immediately going to stun him out of the decimating smash. Sven coming into the bottom lane. They're all eyes on the BLG top laner. Ulti already burned, and that means a quick shutdown. Sven picking up the gold.
And the brute force play pays off. They make the rotation over. 3 Cloud9 members coming to collapse on that bottom side. BLG, they're going to have to clear out some vision around Baron, but Cloud9 would call that bluff. They get the kill, and they're going to get another outer tower. Yagao will finish off secondary turret here, so still money. And again, side lane secondary turrets are the most expensive turrets. Those things are 800 gold for opponent team, but it still is going to be a positive play there for Cloud9.
It's got to be frustrating if you're Cloud9 though, because you recognize what you need to do as they look for an engage.
Bowling coming out, the stun now coming in, but Berserker not quite in a position to follow up. He's immediately going to use the Gale Force. Sven is overstayed. The bubble not quite connecting. On anticipating him dashing out a bit sooner. So Elk blinking health bar, they will retreat. They get the TP as well.
I love this stare down between Sven and Elk. Neither of them backing down. They constantly are going for each other's throats. This time around, they both walk away, but summoner spells from both will be the cause.
And that's the biggest thing. With Dragon spawning in 5 seconds, Fudge having the TP available, it means that there is a prime target that C9 have their eyes on. Sven not having the ultimate should be off cooldown relatively soon, but not in time for this Dragon. So the question is, do C9 want to gamble it, given that they did sacrifice Berserker's ult as well?
And look at this. With this split push from Fudge, Cloud9 are the ones that actually have the split push advantage, while BLG are the ones with the objective advantage. They've got Shun and Bin taking down the Dragon, while the rest of the team looks for the kill.
Yagao in the middle of the entire team. He's now going to get rooted up. Excellent use of the Everfrost. Yagao, there's nowhere for him to go. He's going to throw down the ultimate, but that's a quick pick, and now they can turn their sights back onto the Dragon. But it looks like it's going to be too late. Shun stealing that one away. BLG now on the retreat.
C9 should really look at a Baron right now. They know they have the numbers advantage. Jun and Bin, if nothing else, they can force TPs, they can force a fight. They really didn't have to commit like any ultimates to that exchange, and now you look at Sven and Berserker, their ultimates are very quickly coming back up.
Oh, it's going to get spicy because Yagao also doesn't have teleport, so that Death Timer is Death Timer plus walking all the way to the Baron. Ward over the back of the pit.
Just don't 50-50 this C9.
11K. They have to do it though. They have to keep the pace of the game going. They might not get another opportunity like this to find such an advantage for free.
Don't trap yourself inside the Baron pit against a Kennen. Just say that.
Okay, getting lower and lower. BLG looking for an angle in. Shun desperate to steal this one. Shun takes it! CLG bet on the 50-50 and the coin comes up tails. BLG making it work. Bubble onto 2. M&S all decanceled. BLG laughing straight to the bank on the back of that play.
Why did C9 50-50 it? They had such a good position, and they take the gamble against some of the best, against Shun, man. Like, you can't take this gamble. You've got to make the commitment to turn or keep him out of the pit. And he, just so well played from Elk.
Yeah, so M&S was looking at him, but he was scared to fully commit to keeping Shun out of the pit because Elk is right behind him and he thinks he's going to die there. But sometimes you have to make a sacrifice in order to get that Baron, and they don't get the taunt off onto Shun. Shun gets in, he gets the smite for BLG.
And it's so crushing now for the side of C9 because you found a window of opportunity, you capitalized on it, but the execution not quite there. The 50-50 Shun winning out on that smite. Credit to him. I mean, that's a defining moment. Yagao's mistake in the mid lane saved by his jungler.
It was good from Shun just because, like, you can see that basically C9 are just putting all their trust in M&S to get that taunt and body block Shun. And he throws the Q out early, and then he's very reliant on the additional damage coming out from Elk, and then the steal comes through. But now BLG have so much control over this game.
M&S caught out, not nearly tanky enough. The chain CC, ruthless with the Lamb's Respite. Blabber buying a brief moment. Justice punch out to safety. Will be able to retreat. And Ult coming in clutch.
Yep, just the edge there. Blabber's able to catch him, save his teammate. Ult for ult on junglers then. Vi ult used to get the pick. Kindred ult used to counter it. It's going to be a bit longer of a cooldown, and the Baron buff will still allow.
Fudge still going forward. He is going to connect on Ben. Can they keep this fight going? Tidal wave coming across the wall. See now push for retreat. Fudge on his own, but he's too damn tanky. Blabber now on a killing spree. Elk throwing down the calling. Feather's going a little bit wide. Elk standing on the front line, trying to burn through Blabber as quick as he can. Elk sidestep, dash out to safety. M&S trying to finish the job, running it. It wins of war. The extra movement speed won't quite be enough. Everfrost not connecting. Elk, he can feel the wind on his backside, but he will walk away alive.
Damn, Elk is so clean sometimes. It is frustrating. He sneaks his way out of that one. He forces the ultimate trade, and he's back.
He's going back in. He's looking to finish off Fudge. Lord Dominic sends his regards. Fudge. Health bar just getting torn through.
It still was a really good initiation there at the beginning for Cloud9, you know, forcing on BLG and picking up those kills, but man, fighting their way out of it.
Why can no one I ever play with look this good at 0-3-3? How is he 0-3-3 on Lucian, and he's just so good?
Well, you've never played with me, Draco. So
I mean, what an incredible bounce back from Elk, considering how much he was shut down in the early laning phase as well. He's done a fantastic job, and his positioning in the team fights is something we've consistently seen from him here at MSI. Of course, BLG have been able to extend their gold lead a little bit, but as you rightly said, Kobe, this is a good initiation from C9. They're attacking the siege.
Yeah,
Finn has no real way to get out of this play, and then the collapse comes in from C9.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9, they themselves have done a good job marking that Kennen. They haven't been the victim of a big Kennen ultimate. However, so much damage here from Elk on the top side with the ultimate, and then he does the same to Blabber. Those are the two carries of the team.
That sidestep from Elk, man. He's looking for another kill onto Berserker. He won't be able to find it, but the damage is good. No Bloodthirster yet for Berserker. and the pressure is just ruthless from BLG.
Knock up there, trying to take the Nami out of the equation. In comes the Galio ult as well. If Elk gets caught by this, it could be disaster, but he's able to sidestep. Red buff there as well. Wants to keep the fight going. Dash to the wall, dash back to safety. Decimating smash. Will not connect. BLG waiting in the area, but Sven wants to take Bin out of the equation. Sven wants to burn through, but he doesn't have the damage. Bin taking them out. There is no Lamb's respite for C9. They cannot stand in the fight. Berserker has no room to maneuver, and that means M&S. Another Lamb to the slaughter as Yagao grabs the double.
C9 find a promising pick at the start, but BLG's re-engage is ruthless. Bin, without any hesitation, finds what, a 3-4-man ultimate and just tears Cloud9 apart. Fudge now left on a side lane. Maybe he's tanky enough to get away with this. His ultimate should be coming up soon.
They're body blocking him so he can't ult to safety. Heads up play from the side of BLG. He'll go zombie mode, walk away.
Yeah, you have to be so much more careful when dealing with the Kennen when you don't have an exhaust on your team. You know, you have to have both of your front line there to really keep him out, because with Flash, Bin will get the engage. He does there finally, and BLG get a lot of gold off of it, and they are also going to get Dragon number 3. The extra towers, inhibitor mid is now exposed, bottom lane tower picked up, bunch of extra gold there, and Dragon soul point.
And you can see C9, again, struggling to find avenues to make their composition work. BLG punishing so rapidly, and Bin being so far ahead, we're starting to feel the difference there where he's able to kill Blabber before Blabber can even throw down the Lamb's respite, and that's devastating for fights to come.
Yep, gotta get it out early.
Sorry, I just noticed Elk has a 400 gold shutdown.
036, baby.
Yeah, I would.
But are you going to argue that he doesn't deserve it? That's my question, bounty apologists. Are you coming out like, probably deserves that one?
I look at his play and I'm like, yeah, give him a bounty.
Give him a bounty. That's fair.
North America definitely have a target on his head right now. Let's see if they can shut him down. Elk very close to level 16. The Baron spawns in 25 seconds, and that really will be the deciding fight. You can see how much vision BLG have as well. You look at all these wards littered across Cloud9's jungle, and C9 looks for the engage.
In, trying to find an isolate Bin, but Bin just on the edge. He's just a little bit too fast. The entire team now split. They have to retreat, but Elk just does so much damage. Where did your mid laner go? C9 instantly deleted the follow-up. Now coming in, Lamb's respite, but it's just a perfect setup for Bin to follow up on, looking for the bubble, but he can't quite find it. That's another carry taken down. It is Elk and BLG just tearing through Cloud9.
It should not be called Lamb's respite, because it's just Lambs to the slaughter, as BLG will tear apart Cloud9. The quadra kill in for Elk, and that will be game 2 going to BLG.
You need to send more carries. Elk's taken down 2, and now BLG, the advantage is too big. Cloud9, 2 different compositions, 2 different styles, but again, BLG outmatching, outmaneuvering on the map, and outfighting in the end. BLG barreling down, looking to set themselves up for match point, looking ahead to future challengers, looking to send C9 down to the losers bracket. For now, happy to have the match point. Sven coming in just in time to watch the Nexus fall. BLG dominance in game 2.
Oh, what a wipe there. Cloud9, they had this Kennen in the forefront of their minds from the previous fight, so they sent M&S with Flash, the Galio straight at him, but Bin with his E and his Proto Belt just fully kites it out. And it's another instance, kind of like game number 1, where after they fail to get step 1 done of, oh my god, we got to get this Kennen, then it's a really long overextension. Then they're so exposed. BLG rip them apart for even taking the attempt at Bin.
And it was frustrating. Cloud9, so many times it felt like that they were in such good positions, and then it just gets taken away from them, whether it be Shun with the Baron still, Elk sidestepping so many crucial skill shots. BLG are playing on form today, and Cloud9 are going to have to step up if they want to take a game off of the powerhouse LPL second seed.
It's a terrifying prospect for Cloud9. You've already shown 2 completely different looks in the draft, and already been, again, full confidence here, unfazed completely. Obviously fantastic individual performances, but I think it's so tricky because you were trading down in that game, but you were getting the gold where you wanted the gold to go. You were waiting for that moment where you could just 5v5, and again, BLG just never gave you that opportunity. It makes it so hard to play this composition if the enemy team just won't fight you on these big 5v5s. But that said, get ready to send things over, not quite yet, to the analyst desk.
What I think the source was super impressive from BLG was the fact that they played the side lane so well, right? We were talking about it during the game, but every time Cloud9 went for this like 4-1 or just grouping up as 5, sieging an objective, BLG were always getting something else on the map, and slowly but surely they were just kind of picking apart the map And then around these objectives, we felt like that C9 could never really get the fights that they wanted. And it's just a reminder of what happened in game 1, where like the comp is good, the early game is good, but when it comes to the fights, BLG just don't give you the fights that you want to take.
They're simply outplaying. BLG right now are simply outplaying. They are performing extremely well on stage right now.
Absolutely the case, but they're now set up for match point. Let's see what they can do in game 3. For now, let's send things over to the desk to break that one down.
Yeah, sorry to keep you waiting, Dracos, but we did need to get ready. I think just Azael needed to pick himself up a little bit.
I'm doing fine.
Okay.
I'm doing fine.
Okay.
Everything's fine.
Everything's
okay, you can admit it.
Listen, BLG is looking like the stronger team so far. Otherwise, they wouldn't be on match point. Azael and Ox, what do you think generally has been the things that they've improved on from their play and performance? Because I think that lured a lot of people maybe into a false sense of overconfidence into this matchup.
I feel like they're set up for team fights. I feel like a lot of time in play-ins, those times where, you know, people were disconnected a bit, people were by themselves. We saw bad vision control around neutrals, but they've been really on point with that. It feels like it's so hard for Cloud9 to find an angle, and then they just played the map so well in this game as well.
I mean, I think Bin is playing really well individually also, which has been a big X factor, but I'm going to be honest, I don't even think BLG is playing that much better than they did at play-ins, right? I think that, you know, when you look at some of the pieces, I think people were really focused on Bin, who didn't play that well, but bot lane for BLG was crushing it in play-ins, and Shun was still playing well, so I don't feel like it's a completely different team. I think, you know, Cloud9 is making a lot of mistakes in what otherwise could be a close series.
What adaptations did you like, Azael, coming out from Cloud9, seeing how they dropped that first game?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Sion pick was basically what I was calling for. I said drop the cannon, play for something that you can go front to back. I think they did a good job with that. I think they mitigated a lot of what the cannon was looking for in these flanks. But again, it comes down to execution, it comes down to coordination. I think Cloud9 was more on the same page than they were in the first game, which was nice to see. But you know, even in one of those final fights that we saw around mid lane, Berserker is basing. You've already gotten one pick on the support, and you're pushing forward without any of your damage dealers. And this is just really speaking to kind of like chaotic comms and Cloud9 just making mistakes that they can't afford to do.
Yeah, I think both games, they can be pretty happy with the draft, and I feel like they were very playable. And as you said, it came down to execution. I think as well, a big part of this game was just the fact that, you know, mid and top lane, yes, it's fine. You have Galio and Sion for them to fall behind and farm, but they were so far behind over the course of that game. Towers getting picked up. It's the fact that Cloud9 had the kill lead for such a long time, and yet we're behind in gold.
Yeah, exactly. Not being able to push that advantage, and then the cannon in the hands of Bin, especially deadly as well. There was a lot going on in the bot lane. We joke sometimes that at LCS there's a lot going on around the mid lane as well, but this time around it was all bot all the time.
Yeah, and it felt like the skirmishes, there were some moments where it didn't go quite as well as you were hoping for, right? Like the bubble hitting on Berserker, denying this play, but I have to praise MNS, who was really solid at moving down on that Galio to set a play. So yeah, On got a couple of kills, but for the most part, it felt like Cloud9 had the edge.
They definitely tried, and that Nami was... I loved seeing the Nami play in Flash Forward and Bubble. That's a Nami play we like to see. Something that maybe didn't go as noticed when you looked at the way BLG made sure that they stayed in this game and accrued their gold lead is, you know, making C9 play for every objective, making sure that you get all the standing gold, making sure that you're CSing so effectively.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, BLG was doing a really good job. Both their solo laners had massive CS advantages. You know, I think Cloud9, again, were able to force pretty effectively. I think it was clear what they were trying to do. They were trying to find these engages, find the Galio follow-up. But BLG were just saying, that's fine. You can have something here. We're going to take 2 towers on the side lane. We're going to deny multiple waves. And at one point, you know, you added up the CS difference between mid lane and top, and both those lanes were equaling like about 100 plus CS for BLG.
Yeah, I think towards the end, there was like a 70 CS lead in the mid lane alone. And we kind of saw a bit of this in game 1 with Fudge falling behind Bin in terms of farm and like by about 50, but it was so much more pronounced here. It felt like the read from both solo laners was really effective at where they needed to be, when they needed to be grouped up with the team for fights, or when they could just take a few waves and be happy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't think that the CS problem was huge, because, you know, a lot of the reason that there was that big CS deficit in mid lane was because of the roams, which were great from MNS. I think he had a much better game individually in game number 2. It felt like he did shake off a lot of those nerves. But the reality is, BLG are the favorites. BLG, you know, are the better team so far, and you cannot make mistakes. You've got to be on the same page throughout all stages of the game. And it really did come down to the Baron more than anything.
Yeah, talk about being on the same page, right? Every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Shun snuffs out C9's hope with this Baron steal. Break it down for us.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, one of the big issues here is that there's no there's no sums on Elk whatsoever. M&S is looking on that top side to actually try to just zone off Shun, and this is what they're looking for, but we have Flash available, I believe. It's not actually showing it here for M&S, but he didn't actually look for a Flash to actually flash in taunt. So I think what the call here was that they were going to have M&S come in and actually look to just peel off on Shun, taunt him up, stun him up, keep him out of the pit, and try to finish. But my problem was there's no reason to even be going for this in the first place. Elk at that point had no sums available. There's ulti up for both Rakan and the Galio. All you need to do is actually look for a hard turn. Or if you're really wanting to force that hard, you can Kindred ult as soon as the Vi comes over, keep the Baron high health, kill off the Vi. He can't actually burst it down even if he tries to stay alive. You can all just focus him and burst him down afterwards. So there's so many ways that Cloud9 could have actually done this to make it clean. And that to me was absolutely the turning point of the game. If Cloud9 get the Baron there, they're in control. They clear a lot of the standing gold off the map and take a commanding position in the game. But they flip it for God knows what reason. And that cost them potentially the whole series.
Yeah, and I mean, this game, you definitely knew the momentum was already gone, but like Berserker was trying to reset, he was low, and they're looking for this engage where, half the members aren't there, and Berserker wants to go on a reset, and yes, they do manage to take out the Nami, but it just ends up with them just losing the game off the back of this play.
Yeah, C9 looking to make a change. They have to, or it will be down to the lower bracket for them. And they are making a change. They have elected to move to the red side as well.
Look at the damage done between the two marksmen. Elk was just styling this one, and he had no kills until literally the very end, I think, where he got that Quadra. So, it was a pretty incredible performance.
Red side, what do you think?
Oof. I mean, to me, it just feels like they're trying to throw out what their initial plan was then. If they're going red side, I think they're looking for solo lane counter picks, and they're going to try to really change up the draft strategy here. I don't think that the drafts have been the problem at all. I've liked their drafts in both games. At the end of the day, I don't think which side they're on even matters. They just have to play better if they want to win.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like when you're 2-0 down, you do want to shake things up. Like, there's that feeling of, oh, we've lost on blue side, maybe red's different. But again, I agree completely. The draft hasn't been the problem.
Yeah, BLG are up 2-0. There's no way they make it back now. Is it C9 or is there? Or how does that tweet go? I'm trying to help you out here. But it's BLG that are now...
BLG on the 3-0. There's no way Cloud9 can come back from here.
Thank you. Anyways, let's see if it happens and if C9 can rally it back or if BLG takes it home.
M&S on the way down, looking for the taunt. Elk gonna flash out to safety just in time. That's the knock-up onto the Nami. Can they finish one kill? Berserker gets him! This is buffer. Knockback flights on two fronts. Elk! What was he doing there?
I don't have flash, by the way.
Or BLG looking for an angle, and Shun desperate to steal his one. Shun takes it! Lamb's respite, but it's just a perfect setup for Ben to follow up. Oh, looking for the bubble, but he can't quite find it. That's another carry taken down. It is Elk and BLG just tearing through Cloud9.
It should not be called Lamb's respite because it's just Lambs to the slaughter as BLG will tear apart Cloud9.
Get it!
New and existing customers can choose the phone they want, like the incredible iPhone 14 on us.
Not to brag, but I'm on Verizon now. And I got to choose the phone I wanted for free.
Not that you're bragging.
Choose the phone you want on us. Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to MSI 2023. BLG are on match point. They've been out playing in every single game. It's Cloud9's last opportunity to fire back, and it's a long road ahead of them. They want to come out on top in this series.
And I have a really important question for Kobe.
Uh-oh.
Do you
My answer
doubt
is no.
them? Do you doubt them?
Oh, good. I had the right answer already then. Never, Betty. Never. It's perfect weather out for a reverse sweep. Let's get it. Honestly, though, I mean, holy moly. There are so many things to clean up here. It does look quite rough, though, because BLG, they're doing such a good job with spacing in these team fights. You'll see Elk squeezing out so much more damage. You know, even in the last chase where they're almost onto Bin, but not quite. And then it opens the door for so much return damage here. They're doing such a good job avoiding the Cloud9 threats, collapsing back on them. They also, of course, you know, splitting, getting those towers down, as well as the extra CS lead to build up for themselves. Let's get into the draft, though.
The Varus ban.
Yeah, a little bit surprising here, but giving a little bit of respect. Of course, it is something that Berserker played a lot domestically, so not wanting to give him a strong just 80 for the bottom side. I guess anticipating a bit of a change in the script of pick ban thus far. BLG, are they going to grab the Xayah? Instead, the Ahri has been banned in every single game. They're going to be happy to pick that one up.
Okay, pressure's being put on to M&S. Game 1, he didn't really have that much impact. Game 2, we felt his presence in the early game, but outside of that, he wasn't able to have really significant team fights, but that was more of a Cloud9 issue, I would say. But now he will be put to the test as Ahri, considered, I think, the strongest mid laner on the current patch, just because of how well she synergizes with so many junglers in the meta.
Yeah, and you kind of have to ban one of those two, the Ahri or the Vi. So now they're kind of switching up a little bit. They banned the Vi instead. Shouldn't have done such a good job for BLG, getting all those engages, getting those picks and those turnarounds. But locking in the Aphelios for Berserker this time around. We're done with the Xayah. We're done with that counter engage. He really wants to be the big weapon.
They might just take Lulu here if they want to keep flexibility open. Nope, they're saying that they want to grab that Scion now. Okay, so the question is, will they save their jungle pick for the second rotation? Of course, see, the gamble of picking a top laner now is that BLG can lock in a counter. So all of those bans from before, the Gnar, the Gwen, they're open for BLG to just secure for themselves.
So in the case, see if BLG instead want to prioritize rounding out the rest of their bot lane. It will be mismatched as we head to the second round of picks. And Gwen continues to be the hover here. 80 carries matched in terms of scaling. Obviously play a bit differently, but functionally the same
scary,
composition.
Man. That is a scary pick for Bin. He's known for carries. The way in which BLG got here was through topside domination. And now he is being given a true carry of the top lane in the form of the Gwen, who is so good into the Scion matchup.
Yeah, makes it really scary later in the game when you have to get to those 5-on-5s. Even if Berserker does get fed, he's going to have to deal with an easy lane phase Gwen. And as soon as they lay through the Ahri, I was thinking M&S with his LeBlanc probably. They do lock it in. This is his favorite champion, iconic champ for him. See if it will be enough.
Now, if I'm C9, I would consider a Nautilus and a Blitzcrank ban to try and force BLG into the Thresh ban so that you can get yourself the Lulu. It's very solid in terms of giving you a very good 2v2 matchup, and it can also deny the potential Thresh. But they're actually choosing to limit the jungle pool. I guess they're confident in their 2v2 matchup, and maybe they just want to prioritize the Thresh for themselves, but if they do, remember there's the risk of the Blitz on the Nautilus answer from On.
Despite the mobility of LeBlanc, really respecting, I guess, the kill pressure Ahri can provide, especially when you have follow-up Viego CC. But this mid lane matchup, I'm just thrilled about because this is M&S's most played. He's really throwing down the gauntlet. He has been kind of the crux of so many of these compositions, and that's not going to change in Game 3. Going for such an intense skill matchup in the mid lane, that's the Lulu ban, though. So a bit of a flip on the script, saying, hey, maybe you can have the Nautilus, you can have the more aggressive supports, instead limiting the defensive options.
Yeah, they kind of honestly want Sven to be on one of those playmakers so they can keep doing that test between Elk and Sven, where neither of them have been backing off and going for blood over and over. And Elk mechanics definitely on point, so he's ready for it. The Nautilus ban comes through, though, preemptively.
See, so the situation that BLG have is that, well, I guess the beauty here for Cloud9 is they can counter-pick support. So the onus is on BLG to actually make that pick. If they choose to go for the Thresh themselves, then C9 can go for a Blitzcrank. There's also the option of the Tahm Kench as a potential answer as well. So I guess the idea here is to now lock in your jungle. You know you have a lot of options. I completely forgot about the Rakan. That's now going to be removed away from Sven as well. So you imagine the jungle will be locked in, and you want something strong that can be paired up nicely with the LeBlanc. I wonder if Lee Sin will be the direction. And it seems like the Cloud9 is on the same line of thinking as they go for LeBlanc and Lee, a very old school, very traditional, strong mid-jungle duo.
Yeah, of course, you can connect the chains, you can get that snare. It's easy setup, easy follow-up. Definitely a bit more high execution than something like an Ahri Vibe that we've seen be incredibly popular, but it'll be a lot about getting that lane ahead in the early game. BLG debating responses here. Might show us something new. Wukong Ahri, a classic. The champion was hit, a little bit less popular at the tournament thus far, but the nerfs weren't massive.
Wukong would put a lot of extra pressure, too, on this Aphelios.
Wukong Gwen is terrifying mid to late game. Yeah, there it is.
All right, so slightly nerfed, but still picked up here for Shun. And now we get the support reveal. Is it the throwdown of the Thresh and then answer with Blitzcrank?
Ooh.
Okay.
Throwing a bit of a curveball here. Their engage is very limited. Of course, this is just a hover, yet to be locked in.
And I'm just holding my breath, waiting to see what's going to come through here.
They're going to take the defensive option.
Debating, really taking their time. They are going to offer the Alistar, something we have not seen in a very long time.
So a number of buffs have come over for the Alistar over a number of different patches. BLG wanting to make sure that they have that frontline engaged. The laning, not the strongest in the bot side of the map, but I think something like a Tahm Kench could be very solid here for C9. But it looks like instead they're going to prioritize that Thresh. I said I should stop talking about the hovers. There's a lot of options here for Cloud9 is what I should say.
Yeah. Even the Renata, Sven has played before with him on the Aphelios, and in the end, they go for the Lantern here.
Yeah. Obviously, in the lane phase as well, the Flake can mitigate a lot of it on one spring, but as we get later in the game, these Alistar flanks can be terrifying, especially when paired with the Wukong and the Gwen. A lot of dive threats on the side of BLG. Elk going to kind of be left on his own to just play as well as he can, because everyone else on the side of BLG is ready to dive into that backline to try and take Berserker out of the equation.
And the early stages of the game, not going to be too scary as far as the top lane matchup, but it's as the Gwen has this really free lane phase and starts to rack up the items and then come and join, that's where it's going to be really scary to deal with Gwen, with Bin later.
I think what's interesting is BLG once again have a lot of options to play through their side lanes. I think they've demonstrated in this series that their general overall macro is stronger than what C9 have been able to demonstrate. And as long as Bin can get ahead, they're always going to have this threat that's going to be difficult for C9 to manage. So early aggression from their mid jungle is super important. This LeBlanc Lee Sin needs to pay off for C9.
Betting so much on individual execution, betting so much on the back of their mid-jungle. Berserker can surely take them through the late game if he has time to scale up. But all eyes on mid-jungle. See how BLG want to respond to the powerhouse present on the side of C9. Again, it is do or die. BLG sitting pretty, sitting on match point. They can play a little loose, they can play a little sloppy, but every single moment from C9 in this game has to be flawless if they want to take us to a game 4.
Yep, backs against the walls here for Cloud9. No more mistakes are allowed. Every game from here on out, a must-win game.
Shun letting us know that this is fine. He is unconcerned, which makes sense when you're 2-0 up. Just a bit of a spot out here.
They did call the 3-0 really early, which kind of stings now.
You gotta respect people who can call their shots like that.
I also just like Bin as a personality. Like he's just such a great player to talk to. Ooh, so charismatic.
Shun emoting, both with the champion and with the actual emotes themselves. C9
he's earned that right.
He has.
2-0 up right now. Looks like BLG are going to try and cross map. Of course, they don't have full information on who is on the bot side. Blabber looking across the summoner spell choices. Looks like, sorry, the runes. Nothing too crazy from either side. The Electric coming out for Yagao, wanting to trade a little bit more aggressively in the mid lane matchup. LeBlanc Ahri, a matchup that's very old now, over 10 years. And often the charm is crucial when it comes to playing in that matchup, whether or not you can land it onto the dashing forward LeBlanc. But LeBlanc then will try and leverage by standing inside the minions so that you can take advantage of not getting hit by that. So it can be a very skill-intensive matchup.
Yeah, and we expect junglers to go mid pretty early here too. They're going to do the lane swap even to have MNS actually go toe-to-toe with Bin versus this Gwen, so that he doesn't get as easy of the early lane phase like we were talking about trying
We've done this before, right?
Yeah. I mean, even in the finals, it was Orianna that they sent to the top lane. And while it didn't really work out in game one, it set them up for more favorable lane advantages. And as we saw with Nautilus mid, Ahri does good damage, but the second you have some MR, a lot of these tanky champions are impossible to move out of the lane.
And I mentioned in game number 1 that MNS had been spamming Kennen top lane. Maybe not champion specific here, but he has had a bunch of games with top lane as well.
Fudge just roll swapped to mid.
Yeah, he literally was playing it in Pro 2. And they had a game earlier.
Ghosting early just to get some damage down. MNS trading back with the chains, but we're doing a lot more with that Conqueror stacked early on.
Yeah, the question is MNS prepared to play against Bin? Because Fudge has had 2 games of it now. But the setup at top.
On finding the knock, immediately the Ignite taking down Berserker, force flash into safety, trying to heal, but the Ignite's still ticking. Going to make it a little bit difficult on the bottom side.
Great trade within the top lane.
MNS now running. MNS, the chains have connected. They're trying to finish it off. Bin, snip, finds one. Blabber should just get the response, though. 1-for-1 on the top side.
Cloud9 with a good idea there, but MNS a little bit too close.
No.
And they Shun.
On with Flash. This should be just about impossible to get away from. Sven can maybe punish if they get over-aggressive on the dive with the scales that he has. That's going to be the play backwards. Sven now flashing out, looking for the hook, who's tanking on. Able to flash out. BLG clean dive to find Sven.
So BLG walk away with 2 kills on both sides of the map, and already they're starting to build up a snowball. The fact that Bin in the 1 versus 2 is able to walk away a kill just goes to show his mechanical excellence. And Jun, he sees an opportunity, but he knows not to overextend it. He'll just take the crab and walk away.
Huge stuff so far for BLG. They get the 1-for-1 trade on top side, and when your jungler is revealed there, once Blabber shows on top for the chase into that alcove, they know they can pull off that bottom dive where they already blew double summoners off of the Aphelios. Here it is again, here's the setup. MNS, of course, is trying to start it up. Bin does such a good job hovering in those minions. He makes MNS tank the full wave while Blabber is coming in. And the positioning there, so he's even able to chase him down, laughing at it afterwards, chasing him through to the alcove. No flash on MNS either.
Yeah, the fact that that initial W also didn't connect, you can see how low Bin was. Slightly more damage would have been enough, and all those minions hitting onto MNS doing so much work.
X-Flash, not going to go over the wall. Constant threat of this all-in, though, was shown on the bottom side. They have to be careful.
He's just hovering. He's making it so uncomfortable.
Wukong now going to follow up. Blabber here, the rest of the team to respond. Sven throws out the lantern. They want to keep this trade going. Yagao coming down, but he's got very little mana, maybe enough for 1 combo. Blabber trying to get away. The slow coming through. Blabber looking to sidestep. Shields now coming in. Fudge on the backside as well. Shun going to get taken down before El can even get into the fight. This is big. Aphelios, great guns for the fight. Has already burned the snare. Wants to keep this fight going. On going to get taken out. Double for Berserker. Perfect fight on the bottom side. Blabber wants to keep it going. Looking for one more on. He's going to take it. Oh, and Elk. I don't think this is a fight you win. Dashing back to the tower. Blabber going to go back on the lantern. Tower shot. Will not get taken down.
Oh no, he's on a ward! Zap was just used though. No.
Holding on.
Elk is coming!
Sidestep.
Oh, he was not shopping. Blabber kept his wits and was able to sidestep. That means that C9 though just picked themselves up 3 kills, Kobe.
That to me was such a big outplay, and that's one of the first big outplays that they actually had for Cloud9. They know that Yagao is coming down river first, and Blabber still makes the call. Let's fight this because we have the early damage advantage onto Shun, and they focus that Wukong.
I will also say that Sven got a lot of value out of his rune there as well. When he lands the hook, the slow applies onto multiple people.
Yeah.
Blabber knows that he can move towards his bot side of the map where he has numbers advantage initially, and then now they create this collapse with the Scion coming down from mid. It's too late for Elk to arrive before the damage is already done. On gets zoned away with all of his cooldowns still up. Shun drops first, then On drops the combo, but Blabber landing that Q onto a manaless Yagao means that the fight can continue, and Blabber, even in this 2 versus 1, knows that he can walk away with a kill.
And just stronger champions of the fight. C9 really knowing how powerful they are. The Jinx as well needs a few autos to stack up that attack speed. Not nearly as threatening in the exchange as the Aphelios, who cycles through 3 abilities over the course of that fight. Well played by C9, but job's not done yet. Fudge in the mid lane hitting level 6. Yagao responding. See what they want to do with this pressure that he's able to establish again, because it's so hard for Yagao to force Fudge out of this lane.
Yeah, huge stuff there. With Sven hitting everything, getting the flay, getting the hook as well. Glacial Augment defending his teammates. Cloud9 now, after establishing control of the river, are going to be able to pull out the dragon.
So the beauty of having Sion in a lot of these early fights is he is just so durable, and a lot of champions don't have the damage to really go toe-to-toe with him. So C9 feel very confident starting off this objective.
Steal. Sun going over the wall and dash in. Just going to W back out to safety. Cloud9 fans sweating a little bit on the back of that last game, but we'll get the Dragon.
The reason why I bring up the Sion, though, is while it gives C9 good control over the bot side of the map, when you look up top lane, things are starting to get a little more challenging for MNS. He is, of course, now hitting that level 6 mark, but in terms of the gold, he is very quickly falling behind, and Bin is taking control of the 1v1.
It's hard to play into a Gwen. It's hard to play into Bin's
I was
Gwen.
gonna say,
And LeBlanc,
it's hard to
speaking
play
of
into
champions
Bin.
who don't really have kill pressure, I think LeBlanc into Gwen at this stage of the game
No
is
flash on L.
a bit tricky. Going over the wall, on waiting, can just punt it back into the team. For now, they're holding on to his summoner spells. He's just going to look for the auto attacks done on, keeping all of his skills up just to stop C9 from trying to re-engage.
On sneaky alcove play there. Alistar over the back is going to be able to pick it up.
Made it look like Elk was isolated.
Bin trying to chase down here. MNS in a stun, getting fancy with it, but Bin still has Ghost procced. Looks like he's managed to survive that one for now, but Bin just going to use that all to push in the wave.
So overall, BLG walk away with another kill. 2 plates to the good. And Elk should be able to find a good reset here. Fudge now, I think, just getting a bit of information. You can see the scuttle crab, rather. Jun likely going to grab that for himself, though.
He's going to spot out Fudge. He's going to commit Fudge. Recall interrupted. Forced to use the ultimate as well as the flash. That's devastating.
Definitely going to be a pressure sink in mid here. Shun also is able to pick up the Scuttle Crab.
MNS coming down. Shun. They anticipate the clone, but they're not quite able to connect on the Sonic Wave.
Blabber, though, that's a high-value flash. I mean, Wukong, no ulti, no flash now.
Rocket trying to cancel the recall of Berserker on the bottom side, get a bit of tempo there in their favor. Blabber coming up to contest, but Yagao's here first.
Yeah, double support roams are coming.
Sidestep on the charm is clean. Ooh, dodges all the abilities.
So On is here first with the support roams, but Sven is pretty shortly behind.
Oh, Blabber's in trouble now. They don't quite have the follow-up. CC the Lantern, as you highlighted, Kobe, there, just in time to save him. On flashing to the side, or Hex flashing. No, we're flashing. Keeping this one going. Herald just going to immediately reset here, though.
Very awkward skirmish. A lot of flashes being used. But remember that Shun doesn't have his ultimate available, which is largely why BLG are hesitant to fight. I believe Bin's ultimate is back up. Oh no, MNS, he doesn't know.
Go. He's shopping. Oh no. Not an opportunity you could do. Flash out to safety. Yagao looking for the follow-up. Is he willing to commit the flash over the wall? MNS will barely make it out. Blabber firing back a little bit there, but even a player named MNS cannot afford to get caught shopping.
This is a must-win game for Cloud9. You can tell the flash is being blown early. Bin now.
On. Nice Hex flash to sidestep. Fudge needs to get out of this one. Bin does a decent amount of damage at the stage of the game. Sven looking to pitch for the hook. Gwen is now immune. Fudge now taken out of the equation. Kickback coming in, but Fudge, the zombie mode, not going to do a lot.
Oh, you do not want a piece of that Gwen. The Conqueror stacks up so quickly. They chase him down.
Nice trade on the bottom side. Nice setup here. Clean combo to get some damage down, but not going to amount to a lot less.
I think that trying to skirmish when the Gwen is there is just very difficult for C9. We talked about how in these early fights, the Sion just offers so much durability that things like Wukong and Ahri can't really in the early game get through. That does not apply to a Gwen. So going for that early skirmish when Fudge didn't have the flash, BLG were quick to punish C9 once again.
Yeah, I mean, in Cloud9, since they lost MNS, he had to recall. He was back in base. So they didn't have real damage threat. It's a Sion, a Thresh, and a Lee Sin that's already been chunked out. So no big damage threat there to really even put some threat on him. So a pretty easy pickup for BLG. And with those 2 early kills, it's already a Rift Maker on Gwen. That is a very scary first mythic in the entire game to be on the Gwen.
And he already showed in terms of the top lane 1v1 matchup, he knows how to play this matchup, and it's only going to get harder as the game continues.
And for MNS, he's like, hey, when do we swap back? But that's the neat part. We don't. Good luck.
Oh.
It's a tricky subject. Luckily for MNS, at least, Bin is now taking up the mid lane, so he doesn't have to deal with the Fed Gwen. We'll just have to try to outplay in the Ahri versus the LeBlanc matchup. And the gold very close. The Dragon really the only advantage that C9 have in terms of overall scope. But now the Herald as well. See how BLG want to use it, where they want to put those resources.
In this early game, things not looking optimal for Cloud9. Of course, not all doom and gloom just yet. The good news for C9 fans is that Berserker in a great position overall. 2 kills to his name. He's up about 300 gold, so, you know, the single kill advantage that he does have over his lane opposition. And while M&S is a little bit behind relative to Yagao, he's still in a very comfortable spot, so the two mid laners ultimately matching one another. It's just a matter of how well can Cloud9 manage Bin in a side lane.
Yeah, Berserker's really going to get put to the test this game because the entire BLG team is coming for him.
Yeah. Everyone wants to dive that back line. You've got Sunder, you've got Riftmaker too, is a big backline dive threat, so we'll see what they want to do. Alistair just punting a minion back to keep a freeze up on the bottom side of the map, it would appear. C9 happen to have their second Drake, Cloud taken off the board, as well as Chemtech, so we're going to have a high-value soul here. But meanwhile, Shun getting aggressive, M&S now trying to dash out to safety, double dash, will be able to get away. Shun burning the ultimate there, M&S responding.
Yeah, M&S trying to make the rotation up towards topside, and Shun catches him because he knows the rest of Cloud9 were picking up Dragon, but Hex Gates allow a quick rotation from Sven to get over here.
And coming up, then potentially isolated here. Can just try to go immune. Throwing back so much damage though, just fishing for the outplay. The knockup is going to be there already in the AoE, but can they finish off the Gwen? She's still sustaining the Riftmaker. The Ignite, not enough. Bin still surviving. Shun just going to retreat. Rocket! Clean sidestep from Fudge.
Riftmaker, Conqueror, healing for Ben.
Blabber, clean kickback, immediate fall from the values. He's going to find the snare, switches over to Red Gun and can just go right through him. That's the onslaught. That's the kill. Big game hunting on the bottom side.
Cloud9 swing and miss on the top side, but they hit on the bottom side of the map there. Blabber finds Elk, they get the kill, and Berserker has free plates on bottom side. Red, white guns. If left alone, he can melt through that thing. Teleport used to defend in mid, but Rift Herald will charge nonetheless.
Yeah, BLG quick to fire back. Fudge can just about delete this wave though, so I think they're only going to get a plate and a half. See where the gold is donated. Blabber on the backside looking to pick off Yagao. Going in once again, he doesn't have the kick, but he might not need it. Yagao sidestepping, burning 2, 3 charges of the ultimate, looking for the reset. Will he find one more? He needs one more charge to get out to safety, and now M&S collapsing, but the flash will take him out.
BLG, they're able to get a few plates in mid and do a lot of damage to that tower, but C9 definitely waking up here in game 3, going for a lot more skirmishing. They have secured themselves 2 dragons, and Berserker is the win condition for Cloud9. 3 kills now, Gale Force completed. He continues to get stronger, and we've seen Aphelios do some serious damage here in MSI.
Oh, just before the timer ticks here, another 3 seconds, Bin knocks off an extra little turret plate as tax. More tax paid into the Gwen, getting some money back for himself due to the rotation from Cloud9 up towards the top half.
8 turret plates to 2. BLG have just done a great job, even at what, level 3, I think it was bot lane. They were funneling plates into Elk. They've done a great job of keeping the game state still in their favor with a lot of the gold leads sitting onto Bin. Next Dragon spawns in about 2.5 minutes, so right now these outer towers become the main objective.
That is a painful graph. And the turret plate gold is tax-free gold.
Yeah, MasterCard gold difference telling us the story of Bin. So next fight, you know, Berserker the strong point for C9. It's really going to start to feel as we get closer and closer to Seoul, like Bin versus Berserker in these fights, and seeing what C9 can do to stop the Gwen, to stop the Wukong from getting onto that back line. 2 minutes until that Dragon, though, does mean they're going to have a bit of time. M&S has to be careful here, but
waiting for M&S to use the W, but M&S very cautiously holding off. Once he gets information, that's when he chooses to use the wave foot. Yagao use the Everfrost, will take a bit of damage, but I don't think which is going to happen in this matchup. I'll be really honest with you. As I said, both teams ideally want to be playing towards these side towers right now. I think that BLG could commit towards the bot side of the map if they wanted to, so they can start looking to secure the outer tower. Instead, they have their eyes on top.
Fudge taking a lot of damage here. Divine Thunder going to do a lot of work. The ultimate going to be blocked. Blabber now has to come in. He's going to probably use the kick to disengage, or they can try to turn it right back. Decimating Snatch flashed away from Yagao, now in trouble. Doesn't have any charges. He gets kicked in the wall. Blabber wants 2. He doesn't even need the Sonic Wave for Yagao. He's fishing for a bit more, but Shun now trading back. Conqueror proc. He will walk away. Creep wave there to body block.
Massive Q from Fudge got both of them to flash out of Shun and locks in Yagao, so Cloud9 with some topside pressure here.
Really nice stopwatch from Fudge in that exchange as well to just buy enough time for Blabber to arrive. Blabber has been involved in every single kill that C9 have been able to find this game. He is incredibly proactive on the map, and he is not allowing the LCS to start this bracket stage without a win. In a much more comfortable state, I should say, than compared to a few moments ago.
People want to meme back to the last MSI for him, but definitely still fishing for a bit of redemption here. Blabber looking for an angle. Finds Shun. One follow-up here. C9 standing, grouping. And the pressure mounts the later and later we get for some of these fights. Bin off to the side is going to be big, though, waiting in the brush.
There's like 4 free rockets there for Elk onto the Scion, judging damage.
Good news is it's not a lot right now. Does have the Kraken, but they've opted
Herald is just being
for
conceded
RFC.
here, though. C9 have no information. BLG was just keeping C9 busy. They will now use this window to move into the Dragon, but BLG with the Herald, they can use this mid, they can use this top, they can very easily cross-map this in exchange for another Drake. The concern they need to have is they will put themselves at soul point.
Yeah, it's going to give them guaranteed gold value here. But those Dragons looming.
Ward with a brush, hook landing on the outside, not an ideal target, already burning the ultimate. Fudge not going to connect here. Decent snare, only going to hit Shun from Berserker on the backside. 2, as it connects on the clone as well. MNS off to the side. They're just trying to get control of the pit.
The price for this is that MNS came up to join the fight, but Bin kept pushing. So there's an extra minion wave dying to the tower there. Every extra little minion wave that BLG deny. Now they've got the flank with Bin, plus the rest of the team coming down from it.
To get this Dragon, or it'll all start to fall apart. BLG so far ahead in the trade already. They're kicking Bin back to the fight. Berserker untouched for now on the backside. Bin, will the Hallowed Mist start to fade away? Bin fishing with the ultimate. He manages to take Fudge out of the equation. Bin, the kick back in from Blabber. Blabber back over the wall. The Berserker just has to retreat. BLG bullying their way into the pit. The zombie will fade away, and BLG stopping the Dragon for now, keeping this one going. Meanwhile, Gwen in the mid lane can just continue to push. BLG putting so much pressure onto C9.
Oh my God, BLG are going to get mid tower as well. Smite fight.
They're coming in, Berserker forced off to the side. Oh, and it's a beautiful headbutt pull onto the backside. Terrible guns for Berserker in the fight. The shutdown coming in. BLG taking everything.
BLG get kill after kill. They get the Drake, they get the towers, and look at the damage that Bin is doing in mid. 3 will be secured, and just like that, BLG have blown this game open.
MNS running for his life. Bin will let him go, but the damage has been done. BLG first win the fight, then get both objectives and the chase down kills. Massive stuff there.
And it's so hard when you're C9 in that position because you know Soul is your way out, but already when this fight's starting, you're behind in gold, so you have to win this one.
And you're behind in frontline health. Fudge started this fight with like 50% health. Bin comes in on the flank and they kick him over to the rest of the team, but Fudge just gets killed here, so the zombie gets back up and Blabber wants to try and make something happen onto the low health Bin, but it's not quite enough. Then Bin can just go straight mid lane. He did not die. Cloud9 already lost their front line, so they're poking around with very, very little health. He's trying to heal off those minions for Berserker, but him coming back, and then on with the long flank.
It looked like Berserker was also trying to get rid of his guns, try and change the ammo.
Dash to safety,
but,
the ulti
wasn't quite able to do it. Cloud9 faltering in the fight once more. It's really been the story of this series. The 5v5s, BLG has just outperformed. Elk's positioning continues to be a nightmare for Cloud9 to deal with. And Bin, on a champion that he can truly 1v9 on, is looking to do just that.
And you see hiccups, you see moments of greatness where Cloud9 find windows of opportunity, but you're right, it's in the 2v2s or the 3v3s and the 5v5. BLG as a whole, so disciplined, giving that respect over to Cloud9, over to Berserker, not giving him a window of opportunity to take over on the fights, and now looking to shut him down on the top side of the map. 4 members strong here. Sven gonna hit the hook, might slow the play down for a little bit. On taking a decent chunk out, they're just gonna retreat and concede the tower.
BLG know they have so much pressure in mid. Every time they push that wave all the way to the tier 2, so much space that they can gain in the enemy jungle, and they're quick to rotate up top while the bot tower is secured. No outer towers have dropped for BLG. They're 5 towers for 0.
No,
and the red buff is stolen by Elk. He even hits him with the yawn emote.
BLG are feeling nothing but confidence right now.
That hurts. That's the little things, you know, the little things.
Kicking us while we're already down.
You're already down.
I will say it was frustrating that they actually increased the execution damage of the Jinx ultimate.
So it can match Smite, you like that? They're like, oh, we love this mechanic, Q as a jungler, please stop.
Red buff doesn't have the most maximum health, but still. Honestly though, I just, Bin, okay? This guy, such a big pickup for BLG. The only returning member of RNG, the previous MSI winners, and now he's just gonna be in a playground. 2-item Gwen so early on versus 1-item Scion. You don't stand a chance. It's even difficult to run away. You have to use your ultimate right there. So Bin is the king of the side lanes. He's also probably the king of the team fights.
Absolutely is. MNS not going to connect on the chain, so the play will fall down on the top side. And I think credit to BLG, because coming into playoffs, there weren't the highest expectations, but their level of performance just skyrocketed. ultimately able to make it to the finals. And even as LPL's second seed, they're really showing us why they're not just a team, but a region to be reckoned with. Such immaculate team play across the map.
It did feel like that BLG were finding their footing coming into the play-ins, right? They realized that they couldn't just rely on their top side to carry every single one of their games. They needed to be better at enabling and playing through bot. And I think you've seen the benefits of their efforts from play-ins, the way that they have so beautifully been able to set up Elk for success in so many games, and then Elk just individually having an incredible tournament. They continue their dominant ways as BLG look for another fight.
Retreat is going to connect the hook onto Alistair, though. Maybe they can force the ultimate out before anything else happens, but Elk becoming a bigger and bigger threat as he gets more items under his belt. They can't afford to commit to that one.
Okay, now it's BLG's turn. Time for you to not 50-50 the Baron. Let's see if they can keep Blabber away. This is a prime opportunity for Blabber.
Looking for an angle for Blabber, but On just trying to deny. They're just going to burn it down before Blabber can get anywhere near the pit. It's clean execution from BLG. It's been the story of the entire series. They will not flip it, but now maybe Cloud9 can take the fight. Knockup going down onto the Gwen. They're trying to burn through Ben. Ben doesn't have any health. He doesn't have any mana. He does not have a life left as Blabber continues to push forward onto Yagao. Shun looking for the angle. Now the Hexscape through. The Hexscape bringing NA into the team fight. They're ready to fire back, but it is Shun and it is Elk. M&S trying to find the snare. They cannot afford to give Jinx the shutdown Fudge zombie mode. They're going to get one back. They take all the Barons away except for Elks. It's a clean fight for C9, but Blabber's not done. Blabber looking. All of C9 fishing. They need to take all these Barons off if they want to find a bigger advantage. Flash over the wall from Berserker. Berserker looking to turn it. It's 1-for-1, but the Baron denied by C9.
Cloud9, that's absolutely worth it. Yes, they lose the Baron, but they get all 5 members of BLG, including the shutdown there.
BLG invested so much to keep C9 away from the fight that the moment that they then try to commit into the fight, they just don't have the tools. On your front line then disappears. 2 members are stuck in the Baron pit. The Baron was good, but they wanted way too much more, and C9 were quick to punish.
Yeah, the main DPS, Elk there, is just trying to get a couple rockets over the back of the wall, but all the meantime, their front line is dying to all 5 members of Cloud9. C9 did a good job focusing through, kills the front line, then gets through and chases the rest of them. Then here, it gets a little dangerous for Blabber, so he has to jump out of vision because Elk with the extra rockets here, and Berserker flashes for it. It's still worth it to get the big shutdown there. Extra couple hundred gold, but flash expended might be painful.
We keep going back to that one person for reactions. Shout out to you.
Another pick
Great
on Bin.
reactions. Bin taken out. They gave up the Dragon for it, though. BLG on 2. The Soul nowhere near in the future, but excellent to have the pick. What else can they get done with it, however? Looks like Fudge is going to grab the tower.
Yeah, that's a lot considering how far Cloud9 have been down here. The picks onto Bin and even the chunking of the health onto Bin while his backline isn't there is extremely valuable because, again, he's such a huge problem. Damage out here, even over the back of that Baron pit, was still all Elk.
Huge props to Blabber for this game. He talks about redemption, and I feel like that he's having an incredible performance. He's been involved in 12 of the team's 13 kills. And while he wasn't given an opportunity to steal away that Baron, he's more than made up for it. Cloud9 basically mitigating the impact of that Baron.
Yeah, what Baron? I didn't see no Baron.
Yeah, exactly. I don't see any Baron either, Kobe. The map is basically reset, and now C9 are looking to get themselves a couple more out of towers. They were able to get their first in top lane. Ideally, they want to play for this bot one, but this mid tower is making things so difficult for them to really move into the enemy jungle.
Yeah, and you got a little preview there in the previous team fight, but Elk now, with flash advantage as AD carries, this Jinx definitely warrants a lot of attention. With the expenditure of the flash over the wall there in the last one from Berserker to get the shutdown, it does mean it's going to be a bit more difficult to avoid this BLG engage. And in the previous fight, we had good peeling from Sven and Fudge on the front line, which allowed them to get that health lead.
Certainly did. Fudge now going to need to retreat here. Sven just continues to apply pressure, forcing the ultimate out. Low cooldown at this point in the game, but still have to be careful about that one. And I think it's such a good highlight because as we go later and later, part of the reason I feel like that fight was successful is that, unlike the last fight, as you highlighted, Elk didn't just get to free hit frontline before the fight started. He wasn't immediately a part of it, and I get concerns when you've got a Jinx this late in the game with an RFC if C9 aren't confident, if they can't make up the mistakes of the previous game, if they can't pull the trigger when they need to, this Jinx is going to chip away the health of your frontline, and you're going to come into every fight at a disadvantage.
So, once again, BLG moving to Cloud9's area of the map. A
have multiple members on the bot side. Yagao pushed out top, now makes his way mid. The range of Elk is starting to become very problematic for C9.
The good news is he does not have Lord Dominic's yet, though. So while the extra range from RFC feels good, not having Armor Pen is keeping Fudge nice and healthy.
Meanwhile, Berserker trying to lay down the cover fire for his teammate there with the sniper rifle out. Is able to chase him off. Not a lot of damage done. It's going to be a bit calm right now until we have the Baron come up on the map with another minute and 30 left to wait because the lanes are so exposed on the sides here. Cloud9, they can't afford to overextend. A lot more safety is afforded to BLG at this moment, so they're collecting the little things off the map right now.
We're just gearing up. This is the moment between boxing rounds. They're like pouring water in the mouth. You know, they're getting the blood off the face. They're like, get ready, next fight.
These are also the moments where I really like to see some of the best teams will go for little skirmishes and try and use small cooldowns in order to get big cooldowns. If you use an ultimate a couple minutes in advance of an objective and you get a flash, that's a big win. Because your ult will come back up for the objective, but the flash won't. Nobody really taking that risk at the moment, though.
So the problem with C9, well, the problem C9 have right now is they've committed very hard to trying to find this pick on the bin, but he had full information. I'm not entirely sure how he knew, but he was very aware that there was something sneaky going on. And with this window, BLG were like, okay, full topside control. There is nothing that C9 see, and BLG can convert this into a kill, maybe even a tower.
Knocking Fudge back, decent damage thus far, just trying to burn through the health bar. Fudge getting chipped away. I've been on the bottom side. M&S just trying to contest him. They'll hold on to the tower. Fudge giving him his health bar does not matter yet, but it's 23 seconds till the Baron. It might deny them the initial setup on this big objective.
But you just look at all these wards at the top side of the map, just complete control. They have double control wards in the river. All of the sweepers now coming through from C9 to reclaim some of that vision. But BLG can go back to base, restock, replenish, and then start threatening the Baron once more.
Yeah, I think if you pulled that enhance of the minimap up before the play, then you would have had all blue wards there. Cloud9, they take that opportunity as they chase off, they chunk down on and force the recalls. They take that opportunity to have a nice retake of the area behind Baron to at least give them some footing.
Big damage onto Elk, looking for the second chain. M&S has he been caught out. Blabber now trying to finish him off, but the stopwatch, he went back, he bought it. The tiny advantage is making the difference. The shutdown comes through. C9 forced to retreat. Rocket, body blocked by Fudge.
Always check the inventories. Always check the inventories. C9 eyes get big when they see the chunk down onto Elk, but Elk knew the entire time. He was not sweating at all. He holds both summoner spells. He's got that fresh, newly minted stopwatch in inventory, presses it. Big, big advantage now. 24 seconds off Blabber.
Fudge trying to press the advantage, trying to get something back, continuing to fight as Elk is not in for a brief moment, but Elk is returned. Elk is ready to fire back. A lot of cooldowns off the board now.
No jungler, 12 seconds on Blabber. The Baron will be started. Yagao has found himself a flank. Fudge trying to cut it off.
M&S looking for a bit of poke. Fudge off to the side. Yagao already burning the ultimate. C9 continuing a step forward. It's getting lower and lower. M&S trying to burst through this one. It's burning down, but no. He will not hesitate. Shun just going to steal that one away. Now Fudge is going to get taken out. BLG taking the objective. C9 walking away empty-handed.
Cloud9, they saw an opportunity in mid lane. M&S finally finding his way onto Elk, but the damage wasn't enough. Elk responds perfectly, and with the jungler dead, they convert it into a Baron. Can C9 get themselves the dragon? There's not much time remaining.
Rocket helping them secure it a bit faster, but it might cost Blabber his life as the chase continues to come. Alistair going to find the empowered stun. Blabber nothing to dash into. The kick going to get sidestepped here by Elk because he's just ghosting him down. Jungler surely set to fall here as Elk's going to continue to walk forward, but Blabber very mobile. Oh, here comes Finn. Yeah, there's no way out of this one. Into the alcove he goes. Elk going to grab that kill. BLG, what can they do with this Baron?
Well, they can push pretty heavily on 2 lanes at the very least here for themselves. Bin and Elk actually just going to run down bottom lane while they send Yagao towards mid, I would assume, to get that minion wave corral that M&S is trying to shove out right now.
I mean, the good play from C9 was that Blabber bought some time by clearing out that bot wave, but another one is going to appear in no time at all. As you rightly said, Yagao going to go catch mid. That top wave is not ideal for BLG, but they don't care. They have a wave that they can work with, and now they will continue their siege.
BLG are so rich now. They can just bully their way through. Yes, they did end up losing out on the Dragon number 3 here for Cloud9, but they're going to have such a big advantage in the team fight that they'll be confident in not only fighting the next dragon that will come up and be possible soul for Cloud9, but also getting really early ward coverage here throughout the lead up to that dragon.
The Red Bull Baron power play 4.2K and growing here as they pick up a few more waves. So massive difference between the two teams, almost 8K gold. Comparable scaling on 80 carries now. It's just so hard for C9 to play this one out.
Yeah, because Ben can just split push forever on this Gwen. He is a massive, to say the least. The rest of the team going to go through mid 4-1. And Shun kind of playing the rotation here through mid, looking in the jungle.
Spotted out. Sven lays down the ward there. Going for the pick. To the play, just trying to burn through Ben's health bar as quickly as possible. Ben shut down Yagao as he overstayed. C9 happy to just find the pick to slow down the Baron push.
And honestly, that is one of the only plays that you can go for when you're this far behind, is always try and pick off the split pusher. The small window here, that small pocket of Fog of War for Cloud9, they find it, they throw everything at Ben, they take him down again. And BLG, they do not quite close off all of the vision for themselves. They leave an opening, and that buys Cloud9 a sweet extra 30 seconds.
And that's all they, well, I say that's all they need. That's much needed, as the Dragon is their next win condition, right? If they can secure this next Dragon, that's a soul, and that's a lot more damage that they're going to gain for these upcoming team fights. And just slowing BLG down at all is a big win for C9. The problem now, Fudge may be in some danger. He doesn't have his ult. He's going to try and TP out, I think, but Yagao holds on to the charm.
Charm coming in.
Looking dead to me.
There's too much CC in the area. He can't TP out to safety.
Top laners!
But Thresh is coming.
Down. Maybe a Lantern can get him out. They really don't do that much damage. Fudge slowly but surely Divine's under a prox. Oh, here comes Elf. This is where it gets hard. The knockup to deny the flash out to safety. Clean play from BLG.
Yeah, and they throw 3 wards down on the Lantern as well there. Completely cutting that one off. Meanwhile, picture in picture, you can see bottom tower does go down, but now it's BLG with the top laner advantage.
Ben doesn't have TP right now, so it is a 4v4. Blabber was looking for a flank, but once again, spotted out by BLG. M&S being denied any poke, and Elk is free to hit onto the tower.
On going in though, just trying to isolate Berserker from the rest of the team. He does not take damage right now from the front line. M&S already getting chunked through. Elk on a killing spree. That's the reset coming in. And now BLG see their opportunity.
Yeah, they do. BLG 5 versus 2.
Oh, Blabber and Berserker, the last hope here. Match point, but Ben just continues to step forward, and it's just not interactive. The Gwen is too damn strong. Ben kicked back into the fountain. He goes golden, but surely he'll fall down here. Is it enough to give C9 another shot, another chance at the fight to come? It does not look like it. Elk untouched, but now Fudge is going to delete the wave. Clean play to try to keep their hopes alive here in game 3.
He will lose his life. The minion wave is gone. Fudge will be able to get that cannon, and BLG, I think they're overstaying their welcome. Just take the top tower, BLG. Of course, Yagao has the teleport available, so he's going to go back to base. They want to try and end the game right here, right now.
Trying to deny as much as he can. Blabber killed. GA now coming out. Sven might try to throw the Lantern one more time. The punt back coming through, denying the Lantern, denying the escape. BLG will not give Cloud9 another fight. They will not give Cloud9 another game. It is dominance from the LPL second seed here. BLG clean sweeping Cloud9 to move ahead in the tournament.
Ben called it. The 3-0 for BLG. LPL number 2 seed cruising through the upper bracket.
BLG just plays so many fights so well. I feel like this game became a lot harder for them when they overcommitted to a fight around the Baron, but they did what many Western teams did not do. After that mistake, they slowed the game right down. And while I give credit to Cloud9 for being able to find a pick onto Bin here and there, put pressure on him on a side lane, it really just wasn't enough, as BLG will be victorious in this best of 5.
Credit to Ben trying to walk forward.
I mean, he deserves
I mean, he does deserve it. He knows. He called his shot. He made it happen. And for BLG as a whole, continuing to look stronger and stronger again, kind of one of the hopes, I think, for C9 fans was that, hey, they were a little bit shakier in plans. They did drop a game to Golden Guardians. Maybe this is something we can exploit, but it just was not the case today.
And this is so massive for BLG, for a lot of these players. For Shun, for Elk, and for On, this is their first international debut, you know, this whole tournament. Lots of really good performances from them, being able to show up here with BLG.
And for BLG as a whole, I mean, they were not really putting up results whatsoever. They had some moments where they got higher up in the standings, 5th, 6th. They were able to do something in Nest and Demacia Cup, but never able to translate that to the LPL until this season, and now bringing it on the international stage is a fantastic look for this organization, for this team, for these players. And you know, the fact that Ben is looking like he's in form is a terrifying prospect for any future opponents, especially that opponent is JDG, we might just get the rematch.
I mean, huge credit to BLG in terms of the growth that they've made in such a short amount of time. Like, it's been a very, well, chaotic season for them. Certainly. The run that they had to make through in playoffs, the fact that they came into MSI with a very different perspective, and Bin, he's got to be happy. He's got to feel confident.
He can do anything. He can give us the fist bump. He can give us the thumbs up. He's giving us the 3-0. This man's hands say so much.
I think it's I think it's exciting to see how far they can make a run into the tournament. As you said, if JDG can get the upper hand over Golden Guardians, remember Golden Guardians so far putting up the biggest test against BLG so far. JDG will have to keep their eyes out on what Golden Guardians can bring to the table, but perhaps they can get the rematch against the finalists who really put them in their place on their very impressive run throughout the LPL playoffs.
Yeah, continuing to look better. Exactly the trajectory you want in a long tournament like this, especially in a double elimination bracket. A lot of time to improve if you can keep your head above water. Cloud9 now, though, the pressure is on. Definitely incredibly difficult once you're down in that loser's bracket. You can see, of course, damage in that game tells us a pretty clear story.
Yeah, the BLG members were having fun in that game for sure, in that series. Straight out of game number 1, calling it, having really strong performances, really clean execution in game 2.
Elk is just good, you know? Like, there's not much more to add. His laning is impressive. It doesn't matter how much you throw at him, he's still able to bounce back in the game. And he's definitely an AD carry to watch. I know all the LPL casters were talking about how excited, sad they were that he couldn't qualify last year to World Championship. But to see him now at the MSI stage, I need LPL to stop producing world-class AD carries, okay? If they could just, you know,
Can you just slow down for a few years,
like, just
please?
give us a chance, you know?
I mean,
how much time do we need to catch up, though?
No comment, but I'm just saying some time would be appreciated. You know? And it's obviously difficult because I think for the West, both for the LEC and the LCS, it's crushing to see how incredible a lot of these LPL and LCK teams are, but like that does not take anything away from them. They are amazing. The way they play fights, the coordination, the early game, and while you can find these windows of opportunity, the windows are getting smaller and smaller, boys, every time we see a best of 5, and that is just credit to those regions for the rate at which they develop talent. It's not just all-star powerhouse orgs. We're seeing new names, new faces so consistently.
Yeah, it's looking to be a civil war in the next stage of each of the competition, with the LCK and LEC fighting off against each other. And we'll see if Golden Guardians can make the upset happen, but it's very much, if things go as expected, it will be JDG versus BLG and Golden Guardians C9, which will be just a rematch of all of the finals that we've seen so far, an opportunity for teams to potentially get some revenge.
Yeah, we talked about redemption. I don't think that people would expect it to come at the hands of the team that they played in the finals, but you're going to take it where you can get it on the international stage. You know, at this point, you're just like, give us those wins.
Woo! The way to look at it, right, is it's like, all right, Westerners, we've got to like, someone has to be sacrificed for the other to level up, okay? Yeah, they're just like, we can only send one forward.
A terrifying prospect, but of course, at the end of the day, it's BLG's day, so let's send it over to Lore, standing by with the victorious On for the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you so much, guys, and thank you also for joining me. Congrats on taking down C9 3-0. After the first game, Bin backstage did a sign 3-0 like this, thinking that it would be a really one-sided series. Did you also think this way? And what made you think that C9 would not take a single game today?
那首先恭喜你们，今天是非常干净利落，3-0终结比赛。其实呢，在第一局比赛结束之后，我们也有看到斌哥是有做出了3-0的一个手势，所以说你或许当时会不会认为自己也会3-0顺利拿下？就为什么你们能够这么有决定性的不让对手拿走1分呢？
上路说能3-0，那我肯定也觉得能3-0。
So it's basically our top laner told us like we can have a 3-0, so I believe it would be a 3-0.
Believe Bin, always. It's impressive when I look at your playstyle, especially in the LPL. When I look at you, it looks like there's only one way, and this way is forward. Tell me more about your gaming philosophy and why you think, as a support, being so aggressive is the way to go.
那其实呢，平时我们看到 On 的打法也是让人非常的震撼的，就感觉你的面前只有一条路，那就是永远勇往直前的往前冲。所以说，也想问一下，可能你的一个游戏的哲学，或者说你的游戏的风格是怎么样的？那作为辅助选手，你觉得你这样凶悍的打法是有怎样的意义呢？
我觉得我的游戏打法是有一点进攻吧，然后但是我防守也会做得很好。 辅助如果很激进的话，让队友的视野的控制 就是在地图的影响力上辅助会很大。
So definitely, in terms of my own play style, I agree that I played really aggressively, but also I can do a very good job in all the defense. And also, I feels like as a support, if I just played super aggressively, the whole team we can have a good control on the vision, and it actually can help us to control the map.
Definitely is, and I also think it's why you have such a good connection with Elk. Your AD carry. Tell me more about your relationship and why it's such a huge match on the bot lane.
那同时呢，感觉你们下路的配合也是非常非常优秀的，所以说也比较好奇，可能昂选手是怎么样来评价自己和 Elk 在下路的一个搭配呢？觉得你们打得这么好的原因是什么？
我觉得我们 AD 的打法就是比较装吧，然后就是很容易上嘴脸给对面，只要获取了优势。然后我们两个组成下路的话，就在对线上还有资源的控制率。 都很好玩。
Definitely, Elk has a super aggressive playstyle. He always would like to maybe smash the opponent, and also so the two of us can play quite dominant in the laning phase, and also we can be very helpful in controlling all the neutral objectives.
Definitely going to be a scary version of BLG. Looking forward to the tournament, and it's the first time you step on the international stage. What are you looking to prove personally here at MSI in London?
那其实这也是昂选手的第一次国际赛事的舞台，在伦敦，在这次的 MSI 上，想为自己证明些什么呢？
证明我不是一个只会耍帅的辅助吧。
I want to prove that I'm not the guy that can only show some handsome actions. I can do more.
And it's just the beginning. And you celebrate today with a birthday win.
Happy birthday to you.
Come on, London.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
新年快乐！
祝你生日快乐！祝你生日快乐！ 祝你生日快乐！祝你生日快乐
Congratulations, thank you so much for the interview, Wendy. Thank you so much for the translation. Shocks, back to you.
Thank you so much. It's becoming a tradition, celebrating the birthdays on stage. Congratulations. Rather, this is awesome. I mean, C9 was just a cherry on the cake, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you know, as LCS representative, C9 really wanted to give something meaningful, a beautiful gift to BLG. And that's what they gave him.
Okay. And then he got a cake. All right, well, it's time for MSI cooldown as we see Billy Gaming, who successfully have their first match in the bracket stage. After there were a couple of doubts in the playing stage, how much of those do you feel have been wiped away, Ox?
I definitely feel like they looked better, but I don't think the level was that improved. Like, despite this being a 3-0, it still felt like there was a lot of mistakes from BLG. This wasn't like a clean 3-0, and they had to, you know, do a lot of work in some of these games to get it over the end. A lot of the times they were behind in kills, and I think considering a lot of people view them as the weakest team out of all of the Chinese and Korean teams, I'm a little bit worried for them going into that upper bracket.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you're expecting them to go against JDG, who is an absolute beast. I will say, I do think that, you know, Elk performed really well again. You know, you just even look at the damage charts at the end of the game. So whether Berserker was close in gold or not, it was never really close in performance in game. And Bin, I thought, had a really strong series. You know, that was a big step up. But I agree. I mean, even though it was a 3-0, the games individually were competitive, and Cloud9 at times had positions where they could have won had they actually performed better in the fights.
I do like that you call out specifically like the likes of JDG, because I think we get into this trap very often that we think, oh, they were competitive and they made some mistakes, but in my memory, it's always the LEC and the LCS teams that think that, but then they always get run over in the skirmishes or by this late game AD carry. So maybe I'm a negative Nancy, but that's usually how I see it.
Well, I mean, it's always going to be the way you feel as a losing team, right? As a losing team, you'll naturally look at all these moments, these things that you could have done differently, but the reality is they won 3-0 because they were the better team. They performed better in the team fights, they made better movements movement on the map. To me, those were the two biggest differences, is that they played the map way better. They created gold leads. You know, you talked about, oh, sometimes BLG were down in kills, but often they were ahead in gold because they're playing the map better, because they're getting, you know, more farm and playing out these team fights better. And at the key moments, yeah, C9 won a lot of little skirmishes, but at the key moments, C9 always seemed to kind of fall flat, whether they were, you know, not on the same page, or whether they're failing, you know, at the Baron take, or engaging when someone's trying to base and things like this. Those key moments often mean so much more than the little skirmishes early on in the game.
Yeah, I just think the thing for me is that going up against JDG again, in those key moments, they won't make the mistakes Cloud9
Hey,
did.
that's not a done deal yet.
If it happens, going up against the likes of
Golden
Gen
Guardians
G,
3-0.
Going up against the likes of Gen G, they won't make those mistakes. T1 might, honestly, like the Baron mistake. I could see them doing it, but still.
They haven't done it yet.
They will.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. But yeah, for Elk also, because we had just some of the Jinx replays from that last game in general, it's really cool to see his development overall, where, as we talked about in Countdown, there have been moments where there was the question, is this going to be his breakthrough? And then heartbreaking losses across the road. I think there is a lot of expectation on his shoulders in the tradition also of LPL ADCs, and that's quite exciting.
Yeah, 100%. And I feel like, especially last year, was such a sad one for him, because on Ultra Prime, which was honestly a roster people had some decent hopes for, they never even made top 10, right? 17-team region, top 10 as playoffs, both splits didn't make it in there. And it must be so frustrating to be one series away from Worlds and then end up being on this roster that doesn't even make playoffs for the whole year. So it's great to see him come back, to see his growth. And it's not just that he's on this roster, he's a defining piece of BLG now.
Absolutely. And another one next to him, our 1+ player of the series, Bin. Are you surprised? It was a bit contentious between Elk and him, and also some members that have the impact that maybe aren't as flashy, but Bin is still a monster, dude.
I mean, he was so good in these games. You know, the NAR game especially, I thought was all about Bin. You know, these early fights, turning it around when C9 was in some pretty good positions, when C9 had a powerful draft. They just had no answers for him. The Kennen game, I don't think was as dominant by any means, but again, back on the Gwen game, he was such a problem, getting early kills, you know, even in the 1v2, taking down MNS, who had roll swapped up towards that top lane. So Bin, I think, overall, incredible series.
Yeah, and I think the right call was made by Cloud9 to just say, okay, Bin is a problem, let's play like these tank picks top and neutralize him. But that wasn't enough. I feel like he just couldn't keep a check on him, and he was just such a monster in these fights, and in the skirmishes as well, on picks like the Gwen.
It was great to see. Yeah, it's scary. It's always scary. And I think a lot of the things that we outlined about, like, hey, maybe we were not as convinced that Yugao didn't really crush it or what, but it just works within the system of the team, and he's doing the role that he has to do. And I feel like that's the key here for all of BLG, and to see how they were evolved farther into the tournament. Rather.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think one of the things that BLG does so incredibly well is how well they enable Elk, how they create space for him in team fights, how they make these zones of safety so he's always free hitting, he's always getting damage out. You know, because as I said, like, you look at the damage graphs in the last game, that Jinx versus the Aphelios on the other side, Berserker is really comfortable on Aphelios. He had a tremendous amount of gold, got a bunch of shutdowns, but is doing what, like a quarter, a third of the damage of his opponent, right? And I think a lot of that is about the player, but a lot of that is also about the team and how they enable him. And BLG are so good at that, and that's why I think their team fights often look so clean, and why Elk is so impressive.
And I think in game one, when Berserker was on the Xayah, you kind of saw him able to be self-sufficient, and so he was able to sort of match Elk in that regard. But game 2 and 3, just you look at the damage graph after, and it's clear he was just playing defensive the whole time. And I think Elk works so well, especially when you have a team with members like Shun, like Bin, like On. These are super aggro players. Even in the LPL, they're viewed as aggro players, so he matches into that so well.
There's people behind us trying to get the Cloud9 sign in. Oh,
we still got some Cloud9 believers.
We do. Of course we do. Why wouldn't we? Because we have a lower bracket and an upper bracket. So let's take a look at it. So we have our matchups that are already set in terms of Mad versus G2 and Gen G versus T1. And now BLG moves on as well and is going to play the winner of JDG or Golden Guardians, which is tomorrow. I would like to ask my panel, though, now that we had 3 out of the 4 best of 5s already, can you see any common denominator in terms of what's going wrong for the LEC and the LCS comparatively, or is it all different things?
I think it's honestly different things. Like today, it felt like Cloud9 had some good ideas. The drafts were strong. It's just the execution was kind of lacking. I feel like with Mad Lions, game 1 as well, they had a really strong opener, but they kind of just fell apart after that. I feel like its composure is a big thing. The LPL and the LCK teams, even if a mistake happens, they just keep on being a massive menace throughout the game.
I would say the one common denominator is we appear to be worse at League of Legends.
Yeah, okay.
That
checks out, yeah.
appears to be the same across the board.
It does check out. But hey, there is hope yet. Tomorrow, JDG up versus the Golden Guardians. Now, you know, maybe you wouldn't want to arrive here as an LCS fan or a fan of the West. Let's just group them and say, okay, this is the only one we have left in the upper bracket to win our opening match. It's going to be hard, Azale.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. I think that without a doubt, if Golden Guardians took down JDG, that would be the biggest BO5 upset of all time internationally, right? I think that you can make arguments for some others in the past. IGTL, this one's bigger than that.
Oh,
I think no shot. Okay. That was our #1 seed, and that was a team that had more international expectations. Golden Guardians wasn't even expected to make playoffs in the LCS. They were not expected to come to this tournament. A lot of people, even in predictions, had them not even making it out of play-ins. I think yourself included had them ranked below.
At the 9th, just 9th.
So
just
yeah,
9th.
so
Close,
you didn't expect them to get through, right?
Yeah,
so
that's
that's the point, is that they weren't even supposed to be here. So if they were to take down JDG, who is the super team of all super teams, I think that is the greatest upset of all time. Do I think they can do it? Probably not. But, you know, they have been a team that has not played with fear, and they have been a team that has doubted every step of the way. And that's something that you have to kind of love and respect about that team, is that they are going to come out here, play their game, and try to play with confidence. And I don't think they're going to hold anything back. We're not going to see a Golden Guardians playing tentative and scared.
And I think a big thing as well is that they've already warmed up in the play-ins, which I think is something that maybe could have hit Cloud9. But like Huhi in particular has been on an absolute tear. I think.
True, Cloud9 would have won today if they were in play-ins. I like that point. That's a good one, Ox.
Yeah, I think Huhi has just been an absolute tear, playing with such confidence. And honestly, for JDG, I think Missing has been underperforming a bit. So it is a long shot.
But yeah, I mean,
I'm a support player. I think it's the role.
I love how it's like this one player is kind of maybe underperforming a little. So yeah, the others are the favorites. I mean, you gotta love the copium over here. But it's all we have left. Okay, that's all from us here today in London. We'll be back tomorrow at 12:45 London time. Look up whatever that is in your time zone. More coverage of MSI 2023. The games start at 1 p.m. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Are they going to be able to follow this one up? Coming out, Keo follow up, Elk pulling it down, first blood, Elk on the edge. Berserker going to flash in and make it a 1-for-1 trade back, but in the end, the trade going in favor of BLG. Into the waiting arms of Berserker and Sven, they're both trying to retreat rapidly. MNS is just looking to finish up as many kills as he can. The Silas is too damn strong in these early skirmishes, but maybe he can be the difference maker instead. Everyone just looking to get out, but Ben keeps going. Kenan Alcow coming in, Ben going mega, finding one. He uses a Gnar of his own, and just like that, BLG come alive in game 1.
Oh, Berserker, can he get away with his life? No, he cannot.
MNS on the way down, looking for the taunt. Elk into flash out to safety just in time. That's the knock up under the Nami. Can they finish one kill? Berserker gets him.
This is rougher.
Knockback flights on 2 fronts. Elk! What was he doing there?
I don't have flash, by the way.
BLG looking for an angle in. Shun desperate to steal this one. Shun takes it! Lamb's respite, but it's just a perfect setup for Ben to follow up. Oh, looking for the bubble, but he can't quite find it. That's another carry taken down. It is Elk and BLG just tearing through Cloud9.
It should not be called Lamb's respite because it's just Lambs to the slaughter as BLG will tear apart Cloud9.
Great trade for the top lane. MNS now running. MNS the chains of connected. They're trying to finish it off. Ben snip finds one.
Spells in 5 seconds. Dit. I'm basing.
Spike fight. Coming in, Berserker forced off to the side. Oh, it's a beautiful headbutt pole onto the backside. Terrible guns for Berserker, and the fight to shut down. Coming in, BLG taking everything. GA now coming out. Sven might try to throw the lantern one more time. The punt back coming through, denying the lantern, denying the escape. BLG will not give Cloud9 another fight. They will not give Cloud9 another game. It is dominance from the LPL second seed here. BLG clean sweeping Cloud9 to move ahead in the tournament.
Taking on relief, down this road. I relate,
Bye.